The year 410 CE marked a decisive turning point in British history when Emperor Honorius issued his famous rescript to the British civitates, effectively telling them to look to their own defences. This imperial decree represented far more than administrative convenience. It signalled the end of nearly 4 centuries of Roman rule and thrust Britain into an uncertain future. The withdrawal had been gradual rather than sudden, with the last regular Roman troops departing around 407 CE under the usurper Constantine III, who stripped Britain of its garrison to pursue his continental ambitions. What remained was a Romano-British elite, desperately clinging to familiar structures while facing mounting pressures from Pictish raids in the north, Irish incursions in the west, and an increasingly restless population struggling with economic collapse. The Romano-British administrative apparatus began fragmenting almost immediately. The complex system of provincial governors, urban magistrates, and military commanders that had governed Britain since Claudius's invasion in 43 CE simply evaporated without imperial backing. Towns that had thrived as administrative centres found themselves without purpose or funding. The sophisticated road network, once maintained by imperial engineers, began deteriorating as local authorities lacked the resources and expertise to preserve it. Archaeological evidence from sites like Wroxeter and Silchester reveals a stark transformation. Grand public buildings fell into disrepair, hypocaust heating systems were abandoned, and the production of fine pottery and metalwork ceased almost entirely. Into this vacuum stepped local strongmen who possessed the military capability to maintain order in their immediate territories. These figures, often drawn from the Romano-British aristocracy or military commanders left behind by the legions, established themselves as regional warlords. They controlled fortified settlements, commanded personal war bands, and extracted tribute from surrounding populations. The villa system, which had sustained Romano-British rural economy, largely collapsed as these new rulers concentrated power in defensible positions rather than sprawling country estates. Archaeological excavations at sites like Cadbury Castle in Somerset reveal evidence of post-Roman refortification, with timber halls built within ancient hill fort ramparts, a clear indication of how quickly Romano-British society adapted to new realities. The arrival of Germanic settlers fundamentally altered this landscape. Contemporary sources, particularly Gildas's 6th century work De Excidio Britanniae, describe the initial invitation of Saxon mercenaries by British leaders around 449 CE to help combat Pictish raids. This account, though written with obvious bias and moral purpose, aligns with archaeological evidence suggesting that Germanic settlement began as a controlled process rather than a chaotic invasion. The Gallic Chronicle of 452 CE provides additional confirmation, noting that Britain, which had been lost to the Romans, yielded to the power of the Saxons. The Germanic tribes that settled in Britain, primarily Angles from modern Denmark, Saxons from northwestern Germany, and Jutes from the Jutland Peninsula, brought distinct material cultures that archaeologists can trace across the landscape. The Angles, whose name would eventually give England its designation, concentrated primarily in the eastern regions that became East Anglia, Mercia, and Northumbria. Saxon settlements dominated the Thames Valley and southern England, establishing the kingdoms of Wessex, Essex, and Sussex. The Jutes, fewer in number, established themselves primarily in Kent and the Isle of Wight. Archaeological evidence from cemeteries provides crucial insights into these settlement patterns. The distinctive cremation practices found at sites like Spong Hill in Norfolk, where over 2,400 cremation urns have been excavated, demonstrate clear continuity with Germanic homeland traditions. These urns, decorated with stamped geometric patterns and containing burned bone fragments along with personal grave goods, represent a complete departure from Romano-British burial customs. Similarly, the appearance of distinctive brooch types, cruciform brooches in Anglian areas, saucer brooches in Saxon territories, allows archaeologists to map the geographic distribution of different tribal groups with remarkable precision. The transformation of material culture extended far beyond burial practices. Romano-British pottery production, characterised by wheel-thrown vessels and standardised forms, gave way to hand-built Germanic pottery with distinctive decorative schemes. Metalworking traditions shifted dramatically, with Germanic smiths producing long iron spears, single-edged seaxes, and distinctive shield bosses that replaced Roman military equipment. The famous Sutton Hoo ship burial, discovered in 1939 and dating to the early 7th century, exemplifies the sophisticated material culture that emerged from this Germanic settlement. The burial chamber contained a warrior's panoply, including a pattern-welded sword with gold and garnet pommel, an iron helmet with bronze and silver decoration, and a gold belt buckle weighing over 400 grams and decorated with intricate interlaced animal designs. The Sutton Hoo burial also reveals the extent to which Anglo-Saxon culture incorporated influences from across Europe. Byzantine silver bowls, Frankish coins and Coptic bronze bowls demonstrate trading connections that spanned the known world. The famous purse lid, decorated with Quazon garnets set in gold, depicts scenes that blend Germanic warrior ideology with Christian symbolism, suggesting the complex cultural synthesis occurring in 7th century England. Recent archaeological work at the site has revealed additional burial mounds, indicating that Sutton Hoo served as a royal cemetery for the East Anglian Woofing dynasty over several generations. The fate of Romano-British populations during this period remains one of the most debated aspects of early medieval history. Rather than experiencing wholesale displacement or massacre, archaeological evidence suggests a complex process of cultural adaptation and integration. In many areas, Germanic settlers established themselves alongside existing Romano-British communities, creating hybrid societies that blended traditions. Isotope analysis of skeletal remains from cemeteries like West Heslington in Yorkshire indicates that many individuals buried with Germanic grave goods were actually born in Britain, suggesting rapid cultural assimilation rather than ethnic replacement. Christianity provided a crucial element of continuity for Romano-British populations. While the organised church structure collapsed in lowland Britain, Christian communities survived in Wales, Cornwall, and other western regions where Germanic settlement remained limited. Archaeological evidence from sites like Tintagel in Cornwall reveals continued occupation and trade connections with the Mediterranean world throughout the 5th and 6th centuries. Imported pottery from North Africa and the Eastern Mediterranean, found alongside Christian inscribed stones, demonstrates that these communities maintained their religious identity and international connections despite political fragmentation. The legendary figure of Arthur emerges from this context of Romano-British resistance to Germanic expansion. While the historical Arthur remains elusive, the literary tradition that developed around him reflects genuine historical memory of successful British military leadership against Saxon expansion. The Battle of Baden Hill, mentioned by Gildas as a decisive British victory that halted Saxon advance for a generation, likely occurred around 500 CE and may represent the historical kernel around which Arthurian legend developed. Archaeological evidence from hill forts like South Cadbury, which shows extensive refortification and occupation during the late 5th and early 6th centuries, supports the existence of powerful British leaders capable of organising effective resistance. The gradual establishment of Anglo-Saxon kingdoms created the political framework that would dominate English history for the next 4 centuries. The traditional concept of the heptarchy, 7 major kingdoms, provides a useful framework for understanding this development, though the reality was far more complex and fluid. Wessex emerged in the upper Thames Valley and gradually expanded westward, establishing control over much of southern England. Archaeological evidence from sites like Dorchester-on-Thames reveals early Saxon settlement that formed the nucleus of West Saxon power. The kingdom's name, meaning West Saxons, distinguished it from the South Saxons of Sussex and the East Saxons of Essex. Mercia developed in the Midlands as Anglian settlers moved inland from the eastern coast. The kingdom's name derives from Meus, meaning border people, reflecting its position between British territories to the west and other Anglo-Saxon kingdoms to the east and south. Archaeological evidence from sites like Repton, which later became a royal monastery and burial place for Mercian kings, shows continuous occupation from the 7th century onward. The kingdom's central position allowed it to control vital trade routes and eventually challenge the supremacy of more established kingdoms. Northumbria represented the most extensive of the early kingdoms, stretching from the Humber to the Scottish borders. It emerged from the union of two smaller kingdoms, Bernicia, centred on the fortress of Bamborough, and Deira, based around York. The kingdom's northern position brought it into frequent conflict with British kingdoms like Rheged and Strathclyde, as well as with Pictish and Scottish forces. Archaeological excavations at Yeavering in Northumberland have revealed a complex of timber halls and administrative buildings that served as a royal centre during the 7th century, complete with a wooden amphitheatre-like structure that may have hosted royal assemblies. Kent occupied a unique position among the early kingdoms due to its proximity to continental Europe and its role as the primary point of contact with Frankish Gaul. Archaeological evidence suggests that Jutish settlement in Kent began earlier than in other regions and maintained stronger continental connections. The kingdom's wealth, derived from control of cross-channel trade, is evident in rich grave goods found at sites like Fingalsham and Sayre. Kentish law codes, the earliest surviving Anglo-Saxon legal documents, reveal a sophisticated administrative system that incorporated elements of both Germanic and Roman legal tradition. The smaller kingdoms of Essex, Sussex, and East Anglia each developed distinct characteristics based on their geographic positions and settlement patterns. Essex, the kingdom of the East Saxons, controlled the Thames estuary and maintained important trading connections with continental Europe. Sussex, hemmed in by the Weald Forest to the north and the sea to the south, remained relatively isolated and politically weak. East Anglia, settled primarily by Angles, developed a distinctive material culture evident in the rich archaeological record from sites like Sutton Hoo and Westow. The political structures of these early kingdoms reflected Germanic traditions adapted to British conditions. Kings ruled through personal relationships with warrior aristocrats who provided military service in exchange for land grants and shares of royal wealth. The institution of the comitatus, or warrior band, formed the core of royal power, with kings expected to lead their followers in battle and reward them generously from the spoils of war. Archaeological evidence from royal centres like Yeavering and Rendlesham reveals large timber halls where these relationships were maintained through feasting and gift-giving ceremonies. The process of kingdom formation involved constant warfare and territorial expansion. Anglo-Saxon chronicle entries for this period, though compiled much later, preserve memories of battles and conquests that shaped the political landscape. The Battle of Diorum in 577 CE, where the West Saxons defeated a coalition of British kingdoms, severed land communications between British territories in Wales and the southwest. Similarly, the Battle of Chester around 616 CE extended Northumbrian power westward and further fragmented British resistance. Economic prosperity and political consolidation achieved by Anglo-Saxon kingdoms during the 6th century created conditions ripe for profound cultural transformation. The arrival of Augustine's mission in Kent during 597 CE marked the beginning of systematic Christian evangelization that would fundamentally reshape Anglo-Saxon society over the following 2 centuries. Pope Gregory the Great had carefully planned this mission, selecting Augustine, prior of the monastery of St. Andrew in Rome, to lead a group of approximately 40 monks on what contemporaries understood to be a perilous journey to the edge of the known world. Augustine's landing on the Isle of Thanet in Kent was no accident of geography or convenience. King Ethelbert of Kent had already established diplomatic relations with Frankish Gaul through his marriage to Bertha, daughter of Charibert, the Frankish king of Paris. Bertha, a Christian princess, had brought her personal chaplain Liudhard to the Kentish court and had been permitted to worship in the old Roman church of St. Martin in Canterbury. This existing Christian presence provided Augustine with crucial political protection and a foothold for his missionary activities. Archaeological excavations at St. Martin's Church have confirmed continuous Christian worship from the Romano-British period through the Anglo-Saxon era, with burials and structural modifications dating to the late 6th century. The initial meeting between Augustine and Ethelbert, as recorded by Bede in his Ecclesiastical History of the English People, took place in the open air on Thanet, with the king insisting on this location to avoid any magical contamination from the Christian monks. Augustine's party approached carrying a silver cross and an icon of Christ painted on a wooden panel, chanting litanies in Latin while the king sat beneath a tree surrounded by his armed retainers. The scene encapsulates the cultural collision occurring across Anglo-Saxon England. Germanic warrior kings confronting Mediterranean Christianity with its sophisticated theological traditions and imperial associations. Ethelbert's conversion, probably occurring in 601 CE, represented a calculated political decision as much as a spiritual transformation. The King's Law Code, issued shortly after his baptism, reveals the practical considerations underlying royal conversion. The laws established compensation payments for theft from churches and bishops, integrated Christian clergy into the existing social hierarchy, and protected church property while maintaining traditional Germanic legal procedures. Archaeological evidence from Canterbury shows rapid church construction following the royal conversion, with the foundation of Christ Church Cathedral and St. Augustine's Abbey creating permanent institutional bases for Christian expansion. The syncretic blending of pagan and Christian traditions characterised the conversion process throughout Anglo-Saxon England. Rather than demanding complete abandonment of ancestral customs, missionary strategy deliberately incorporated existing religious practices into Christian frameworks. Pope Gregory's famous letter to Abbot Mellitus, preserved by Bede, explicitly instructed missionaries to convert pagan temples into churches rather than destroying them, and to transform animal sacrifices into Christian feast days. Archaeological evidence supports this approach. Excavations at sites like Wing in Buckinghamshire reveal churches built directly over pagan burial grounds, while Christian cemeteries often contain grave goods that blend Germanic and Christian symbolism. The conversion process varied dramatically across different kingdoms, reflecting distinct political circumstances and cultural traditions. In Essex, King Saybert's conversion around 604 CE led to the establishment of St. Paul's Cathedral in London, but his pagan sons expelled Bishop Mellitus following their father's death, forcing temporary abandonment of the mission. Archaeological evidence from sites like Prittlewell reveals the complexity of religious transition, with a princely burial containing both Christian and pagan elements, a gold cross alongside traditional Germanic weapons and drinking vessels. Northumbrian conversion followed a particularly dramatic trajectory under King Edwin, who married Ethelbert of Kent around 625 CE. The Kentish princess brought Bishop Paulinus northward, establishing a Christian presence at the Northumbrian court. Edwin's eventual baptism in 627 CE at York, in a hastily constructed wooden church on the site of the future York Minster, marked the beginning of systematic Christianization in northern England. Bede's account of the Royal Council meeting that preceded Edwin's conversion provides remarkable insight into Anglo-Saxon decision-making processes, with nobles and advisors debating the merits of the new religion in terms of practical benefits and spiritual satisfaction. The famous speech attributed to an unnamed noble comparing human life to a sparrow flying through a warm hall from darkness into darkness captures the existential uncertainty that Christianity addressed for Anglo-Saxon audiences. Archaeological evidence from royal centres like Yevering shows rapid construction of Christian churches following Edwin's conversion, with timber buildings erected alongside traditional royal halls. The site's excavation revealed evidence of mass baptisms, with large rectangular pools constructed specifically for Christian initiation ceremonies. The temporary pagan reaction following Edwin's death at the Battle of Hatfield Chase in 633 CE demonstrated the fragility of early conversions. Penda of Mercia and Cadwallon of Gwynedd, representing a coalition of pagan and Christian British forces, devastated Northumbria and forced the Christian court into exile. The subsequent reign of Osric in Deira and Eanfrith in Bernicia saw official abandonment of Christianity, with royal families reverting to ancestral gods. Archaeological evidence from this period shows disruption of church construction projects and possible destruction of Christian monuments, though the archaeological record remains ambiguous about the extent of anti-Christian violence. The restoration of Christian Northumbria under Oswald, following his victory at the Battle of Heavenfield in 634 CE, established the foundation for the kingdom's golden age of Christian culture and learning. Oswald's decision to request missionaries from Iona, rather than Canterbury, reflected the complex ecclesiastical politics of 7th century Britain. The Irish monastery founded by Columba in 563 CE had developed distinctive traditions that differed from Roman practices in matters of tonsure, Easter calculation, and monastic organisation. Archaeological excavations on Iona have revealed the sophisticated stone-carving workshops and scriptoria that produced illuminated manuscripts and carved crosses for distribution throughout the Irish sphere of influence. Aidan's arrival at Lindisfarne around 635 CE established the most influential monastery in early medieval England. The tidal island location, accessible on foot at low tide but isolated during high water, provided the perfect setting for contemplative monastic life while maintaining connections to the mainland kingdom. Archaeological evidence reveals the rapid development of a complex monastic settlement, with timber churches, residential buildings, workshops, and cemeteries spreading across the island. The monastery's scriptorium produced some of the finest illuminated manuscripts of the early medieval period, including the Lindisfarne Gospels, created around 715 NER, 720 CE by the monk Edfrith. The Lindisfarne Gospels represent the pinnacle of Northumbrian artistic achievement, combining Irish, Germanic, and Mediterranean influences in a synthesis that defined insular art. The manuscript's 259 vellum pages contain the 4 Gospels written in insular majuscule script, with elaborate carpet pages featuring interlaced animal designs derived from Germanic metalwork traditions. The evangelist portraits show clear Byzantine influence, probably transmitted through imported manuscripts or ivory carvings, while the decorative initials incorporate Celtic spiral patterns and zoomorphic interlace. Recent scientific analysis has identified the pigments used in the manuscript's creation: lapis lazuli from Afghanistan for blue, Kermes insects from the Mediterranean for red, and orpiment from volcanic regions for yellow, demonstrating the international trade networks that supplied Northumbrian monasteries. The monastery at Jarrow, founded by Benedict Biscop around 682 CE, complemented Lindisfarne's spiritual influence with scholarly achievement. Archaeological excavations have revealed an extensive complex including multiple churches, residential buildings, workshops, and Europe's earliest known glass-making furnaces north of the Alps. The monastery's library, assembled through Benedict Biscop's repeated journeys to Rome, contained the largest collection of books in northern Europe. Bede's Ecclesiastical History, completed at Jarrow around 731 CE, drew upon this remarkable collection of sources, including papal letters, royal charters, and eyewitness accounts gathered from throughout Anglo-Saxon England. Bede's scholarly methodology revolutionized historical writing in medieval Europe. His careful citation of sources, chronological precision, and analytical approach to conflicting accounts established standards that influenced historical writing for centuries. The ecclesiastical history provides detailed information about political events, royal genealogies, and ecclesiastical developments that would otherwise be lost, while Bede's scientific works on chronology and natural phenomena demonstrated the intellectual sophistication achieved in Northumbrian monasteries. Archaeological evidence from Jarrow includes writing tablets, styluses, and book clasps that provide physical confirmation of the monastery's scholarly activities. The Synod of Whitby in 664 CE resolved the conflict between Irish and Roman ecclesiastical traditions that had divided Northumbrian Christianity. King Oswic's decision to adopt Roman practices regarding Easter calculation and clerical tonsure reflected political considerations as much as theological preferences. The Roman party, led by Wilfrid of Ripon, argued for conformity with continental European practice and papal authority, while the Irish party, represented by Bishop Colman of Lindisfarne, defended traditional customs established by revered saints like Columba. Archaeological evidence suggests that the synod's aftermath led to significant changes in monastic organisation, with new stone churches replacing timber structures at major monasteries and increased emphasis on Roman liturgical practices. The rise of Mercian supremacy during the 7th and 8th centuries fundamentally altered the political balance of Anglo-Saxon England. Penda's long reign established Mercia as the dominant Midland power through aggressive expansion and strategic alliances. Archaeological evidence from sites like Repton reveals the development of royal centres that combine traditional Germanic hall complexes with Christian churches, reflecting the kingdom's gradual conversion to Christianity. Penda himself remained pagan throughout his reign, but he permitted Christian missionaries to operate within his territories and allowed his sons to convert, demonstrating the pragmatic approach that characterised Mercian statecraft. The Battle of the Wynwaid in 655 CE, where Penda died fighting against Oswic of Northumbria, temporarily disrupted Mercian expansion, but ultimately strengthened the kingdom through political consolidation. Archaeological evidence from battlefield sites remains limited, but the battle's aftermath is clearly visible in the archaeological record through changes in settlement patterns and the construction of new fortifications. Penda's son Wulfhere's restoration of Mercian independence around 658 CE began a period of sustained expansion that brought most of southern England under Mercian overlordship. Ethelbald's reign marked the height of early Mercian power, with contemporary charters describing him as Rex Britanniae and documenting his authority over kingdoms from the Humber to the English Channel. Archaeological evidence from Tamworth, the primary Mercian royal centre, shows extensive development during this period, with timber halls, workshops and defensive earthworks creating a complex that rivaled contemporary continental royal centres. The discovery of the Staffordshire hoard in 2009, dating to the 7th or 8th century, provides dramatic evidence of Mercian wealth and military prowess, with over 3,500 gold and silver objects including sword fittings, helmet fragments, and religious items that may represent battle spoils or royal treasure. Offa's accession around 757 CE, following Ethelbald's murder, initiated the most remarkable phase of Mercian supremacy. Contemporary Frankish sources describe Offa as Charlemagne's equal, negotiating trade agreements and diplomatic marriages that placed Mercia among Europe's major powers. Archaeological evidence reveals extensive administrative development during Offa's reign, with standardised pottery production, expanded metalworking, and the establishment of planned trading settlements like Hamwick and Ipswich that facilitated international commerce. The construction of Offa's Dyke represents the most ambitious engineering project undertaken in early medieval Britain. Archaeological survey and excavation have revealed a complex earthwork system stretching approximately 150 miles from the Severn estuary to the Irish Sea, consisting of a substantial earth bank with an accompanying ditch on the Welsh side. The dyke's construction required enormous resources and sophisticated organisational capabilities, with recent estimates suggesting that over 12,000 tonnes of earth were moved per mile of construction. Radiocarbon dating of organic materials found in the dyke's construction layers confirms 8th century construction, while pollen analysis reveals that large sections required forest clearance before earthwork construction could begin. The dyke served multiple functions beyond simple frontier defence. Archaeological evidence suggests it controlled trade routes between Wales and England, with gaps in the earthwork corresponding to major river valleys and ancient trackways. The monument's scale and visibility functioned as a powerful symbol of royal authority, demonstrating Offa's ability to mobilise massive labour forces and impose his will across vast territories. Recent archaeological work has identified associated features, including timber palisades, watchtowers, and garrison posts that transform the dyke into a comprehensive frontier control system. The development of Anglo-Saxon legal codes during this period reflects growing administrative sophistication and the influence of Christian learning. Ethelbert's laws, the earliest surviving Germanic legal code written in the vernacular, established precedents that influenced legal development throughout Anglo-Saxon England. Archaeological evidence from Canterbury includes wax tablets and styluses that may have been used in legal proceedings, while the survival of multiple manuscript copies of later law codes demonstrates their practical importance in royal administration. Ine of Wessex's law code, issued around 688 as 694 CE, reveals the complex social structures that had developed in Anglo-Saxon kingdoms. The laws distinguish between different social classes, establish compensation rates for various crimes, and regulate relationships between lords and dependents. Archaeological evidence supports the social stratification described in legal sources, with excavations at sites like Cowdrey's Down revealing clear distinctions between elite residences with substantial timber halls and smaller buildings occupied by agricultural workers and craftsmen. The emergence of the Witan as a governing institution reflected the adaptation of Germanic traditions to the requirements of territorial kingdoms. Archaeological evidence from royal centres like Yevering and Rendlesham reveals large timber halls capable of accommodating substantial assemblies, while the survival of witness lists on royal charters documents the participation of bishops, ealdormen, and other nobles in royal decision-making. The Witan's composition varied according to circumstances, but typically included the kingdom's most powerful ecclesiastical and secular magnates, whose consent was essential for major policy decisions including warfare, taxation, and legal innovation. The administrative sophistication and cultural achievements of 8th century Anglo-Saxon England created unprecedented wealth that would soon attract the attention of Scandinavian raiders. The first recorded Viking attack struck the monastery of Lindisfarne on June 8th, 793 CE, sending shockwaves throughout the Christian world. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicle's stark entry for that year records that dire portents appeared over Northumbria and sorely frightened the people. There were immense flashes of lightning, and fiery dragons were seen flying in the air. Archaeological excavations at Lindisfarne have revealed evidence of violent destruction during this period, with burned timber structures, scattered human remains, and a notable absence of precious metalwork that had characterised earlier phases of the monastery's development. The attack on Lindisfarne represented far more than opportunistic piracy. The raiders demonstrated detailed knowledge of the monastery's wealth, the timing of religious festivals when treasure would be displayed, and the site's defensive vulnerabilities. Contemporary sources describe Viking longships appearing suddenly from the North Sea, their crews moving with practiced efficiency to overwhelm the monastery's minimal defences. The raiders systematically looted the church's treasures, including gold and silver altar vessels, illuminated manuscripts with jewelled covers, and reliquaries containing saints' remains. Archaeological evidence suggests that they also captured monks for the slave trade, a practice that would become a hallmark of Viking economic activity. The Lindisfarne raid's psychological impact exceeded its material damage. Alcuin of York, Charlemagne's chief advisor and former student at the cathedral school, wrote in horror to King Ethelred of Northumbria, "Never before has such terror appeared in Britain as we've now suffered from a pagan race." The attack shattered assumptions about monastic security and divine protection that had underpinned Anglo-Saxon Christian culture. Archaeological evidence from other Northumbrian monasteries shows rapid defensive improvements following 793, with sites like Jarrow and Monk Wearmouth constructing earthwork fortifications and relocating treasures to more secure inland locations. The success at Lindisfarne encouraged expanded Viking activity along the English coast. The monastery of Jarrow suffered attack in 794, though the raiders met fiercer resistance, and their leader was killed in the fighting. Archaeological excavations have revealed evidence of hasty repairs to buildings damaged during this assault, along with the construction of a defensive ditch around the monastic precinct. The following year saw attacks on monasteries in Ireland and Scotland, establishing a pattern of coordinated raiding that would characterise Viking activity for the next century. The early Viking raids targeted ecclesiastical sites not merely for their portable wealth, but because monasteries represented the most vulnerable concentrations of treasure in early medieval Europe. Archaeological analysis of hoards buried during this period, such as the Pentney hoard discovered in Norfolk, reveals the types of objects Vikings sought: silver arm rings, brooches and coins that could be easily transported and converted into currency in Scandinavian markets. The raiders' preference for silver reflects the metal's role as a standard medium of exchange in the Baltic trade networks that connected Scandinavia with Byzantium and the Islamic world. The political fragmentation of Anglo-Saxon England facilitated Viking success during the early 9th century. The collapse of Mercian supremacy following Offa's death in 796 created a power vacuum that prevented coordinated resistance to Scandinavian attacks. Archaeological evidence from former Mercian territories shows signs of economic disruption and settlement abandonment during this period, with sites like Flixborough experiencing decline in craft production and trade activity. The inability of competing Anglo-Saxon kingdoms to cooperate against external threats allowed Viking raiders to exploit political divisions and establish secure bases for extended operations. The transition from raiding to settlement began during the 830s as Viking leaders recognized the potential for permanent territorial conquest. The arrival of the Great Army in 865 marked a fundamental shift in Scandinavian objectives, from quick raids to systematic conquest. Archaeological evidence from sites like Repton in Derbyshire, where the Viking army established winter quarters in 874, reveals the scale of this transformation. Excavations have uncovered evidence of a fortified camp built within the ruins of a former royal monastery, with defensive earthworks, weapons caches, and mass burial sites containing hundreds of individuals, many showing evidence of violent death. The Great Army's campaigns demonstrated sophisticated military organisation and strategic planning. Led initially by Ivar the Boneless and Halfdan Ragnarsson, the force moved systematically through Anglo-Saxon territories, exploiting political weaknesses and establishing control over key strategic locations. Archaeological evidence from sites like York, captured by the Vikings in 866, shows rapid transformation from Anglo-Saxon administrative centre to Scandinavian commercial hub. Excavations in the Coppergate area have revealed extensive evidence of Viking Age craft production including leatherworking, metalworking, and amber carving that connected York to trade networks spanning from Greenland to Constantinople. The establishment of the Danelaw created a parallel Scandinavian society within England that profoundly influenced the development of English culture and language. The boundary established by Alfred's treaty with Guthrum around 886 ran roughly from London to Chester, dividing England between Anglo-Saxon territories in the south and west, and Scandinavian-controlled areas in the north and east. Archaeological evidence reveals distinct material culture differences across this boundary, with Scandinavian-influenced pottery styles, metalwork traditions, and settlement patterns clearly distinguishable from contemporary Anglo-Saxon material culture. Scandinavian settlement patterns differed markedly from earlier Anglo-Saxon colonisation. Rather than displacing existing populations, Viking settlers often integrated with Anglo-Saxon communities, creating hybrid societies that blended cultural traditions. Archaeological excavations at sites like West Heslington in Yorkshire reveal cemeteries containing both Scandinavian and Anglo-Saxon burial practices, with some graves containing distinctively Scandinavian oval brooches alongside Anglo-Saxon jewellery. Isotope analysis of skeletal remains indicates that many individuals buried with Scandinavian grave goods were actually born in England, suggesting rapid cultural assimilation rather than ethnic replacement. The linguistic impact of Scandinavian settlement fundamentally altered the development of the English language. Archaeological evidence from sites like York and Lincoln shows extensive Scandinavian settlement, corresponding to areas where Old Norse linguistic influence remains strongest in modern English dialects. The survival of hundreds of Scandinavian place names throughout northern and eastern England provides clear evidence of settlement density and cultural integration. Place names ending in by, thorp, and toft cluster heavily in areas of documented Viking settlement, while the survival of distinctively Scandinavian personal names in legal documents demonstrates continued cultural identity among settler communities. The administrative systems established in Scandinavian territories adapted Germanic legal traditions to English conditions. The establishment of the 5 boroughs, Derby, Leicester, Lincoln, Nottingham, and Stamford, created a network of fortified administrative centres that controlled surrounding territories through a combination of military force and legal authority. Archaeological excavations at these sites reveal substantial defensive earthworks, planned street systems, and evidence of specialised craft production that supported both military garrisons and civilian populations. Alfred's rise to power in Wessex occurred during the crisis years of sustained Viking pressure. His accession in 871 following the death of his brother Ethelred came at a moment when Wessex faced immediate existential threat from the Great Army. Archaeological evidence from sites like Reading, where Vikings established a fortified camp in 870, demonstrates the proximity of Scandinavian forces to the West Saxon heartland. The series of battles fought during Alfred's first year as king, including defeats at Reading and Wilton and a victory at Ashdown, established patterns of warfare that would characterise the next phase of Anglo-Saxon resistance. The crisis of 878, when Guthrum's surprise winter attack forced Alfred into exile in the Somerset marshes, represented the nadir of Anglo-Saxon resistance. Archaeological evidence from sites like Athelney, where Alfred established his refuge, reveals hasty fortification of naturally defensible positions using timber palisades and earthwork defences. The king's ability to maintain resistance from this remote base depended on support from local populations who had experienced the harsh realities of Viking rule and preferred familiar West Saxon authority to Scandinavian domination. Alfred's victory at Edington in May 878 marked the beginning of systematic West Saxon recovery and the development of innovative defensive strategies. The battle's aftermath, including Guthrum's baptism and the establishment of formal territorial boundaries, created the political framework for sustained resistance to further Scandinavian expansion. Archaeological evidence from sites along the established frontier shows rapid construction of defensive works and the development of administrative systems capable of coordinating resistance across multiple territories. The burh system represented Alfred's most significant military innovation, creating a network of fortified settlements that provided security for agricultural populations while serving as bases for military operations. Archaeological excavations at sites like Cricklade and Wallingford reveal the sophisticated engineering that characterised these fortifications. The defences typically consisted of substantial earthwork ramparts topped with timber palisades, with internal street systems laid out according to planned designs that maximise defensive efficiency while accommodating civilian populations. The Burgelhiddaje, a document listing the burhs and their defensive requirements, reveals the systematic nature of Alfred's fortification programme. Each burh was assigned a specific number of hides, units of agricultural land responsible for maintaining designated sections of defensive walls. Archaeological analysis of surviving earthworks confirms the document's accuracy, with wall lengths corresponding closely to the maintenance requirements specified in the text. The system's effectiveness depended on the ability to mobilise agricultural populations for military service, while maintaining food production necessary to sustain both civilian and military populations. Alfred's legal innovations complemented his military reforms by creating administrative systems capable of governing expanded territories. His law code, compiled around 890, synthesized legal traditions from multiple Anglo-Saxon kingdoms while incorporating Christian principles derived from biblical and canonical sources. Archaeological evidence from sites like Winchester, Alfred's primary royal centre, reveals the development of specialised administrative buildings, including a royal palace complex, ecclesiastical centres, and workshops that produced the manuscripts necessary for governmental record-keeping. The king's educational initiatives addressed the cultural devastation caused by decades of warfare and political disruption. Alfred's preface to his translation of Gregory the Great's Pastoral Care lamented the decline of learning in England, noting that few people south of the Humber could understand Latin or translate basic texts. Archaeological evidence supports this assessment, with excavations at formerly important monastic centres like Glastonbury, revealing evidence of abandonment and destruction during the late 9th century. Alfred's programme of translation and education aimed to restore intellectual culture while creating an educated administrative class capable of governing his expanded kingdom. The development of the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle during Alfred's reign provided a powerful tool for political legitimacy and historical memory. The Chronicle's compilation drew upon earlier annalistic records, royal genealogies, and contemporary accounts to create a coherent narrative of Anglo-Saxon history that emphasised West Saxon leadership and divine favour. Archaeological evidence from scriptoria at Winchester and other West Saxon centres reveals the material infrastructure necessary for manuscript production, including writing tablets, styluses, and evidence of parchment preparation that supported the Chronicle's compilation and distribution. Alfred's successors built upon his defensive innovations to launch systematic campaigns for the reconquest of Scandinavian territories. Edward the Elder's accession in 899 initiated a phase of aggressive expansion that would ultimately reunify England under West Saxon rule. The king's strategy combined military conquest with administrative consolidation, establishing new burhs and conquered territories while extending West Saxon legal and administrative systems throughout recovered areas. The campaigns against the southern Danelaw during the first decade of the 10th century demonstrated the effectiveness of Alfred's military innovations. Archaeological evidence from sites like Bedford and Northampton shows evidence of siege warfare and defensive modifications as Anglo-Saxon forces systematically reduced Scandinavian strongholds. The construction of new burhs at strategic locations like Hertford and Witham provided bases for further operations while securing conquered territories against counterattack. Edward's alliance with his sister Ethelflaed, the Lady of the Mercians, created unprecedented cooperation between Wessex and Mercia that proved decisive in the reconquest campaigns. Archaeological evidence from sites like Chester and Runcorn reveals extensive fortification work undertaken during Ethelflaed's rule, with defensive earthworks and planned urban development that paralleled contemporary West Saxon burh construction. The coordination between brother and sister in establishing complementary defensive networks demonstrates sophisticated strategic planning that maximised available resources while minimising opportunities for Scandinavian resistance. The conquest of York in 927 by Aethelstan marked the culmination of West Saxon expansion and the first unification of England under a single ruler. Archaeological evidence from York reveals significant changes in material culture following the Anglo-Saxon conquest, with the replacement of Scandinavian-influenced pottery styles and metalwork by objects reflecting southern English traditions. However, the archaeological record also shows continuity in many aspects of urban life, suggesting that Aethelstan's administration incorporated existing Scandinavian administrative and commercial systems rather than imposing wholesale cultural transformation. Aethelstan's reign witnessed the development of royal ceremonial and administrative practices that reflected England's new status as a unified kingdom. Archaeological excavations at sites like Kingston upon Thames, where several 10th century kings were crowned, reveal evidence of elaborate royal ceremonies that combined Germanic traditions with Christian symbolism. The king's court attracted scholars and craftsmen from throughout Europe, creating cultural exchanges that enriched Anglo-Saxon artistic and intellectual traditions, while establishing England's reputation as a major European power. The revival of Scandinavian attacks during the late 10th century under Swene Forkbeard reflected changing political conditions in both England and Scandinavia. The accession of Ethelred the Unready in 978 following Edward the Martyr's assassination created political instability that Scandinavian leaders were quick to exploit. Archaeological evidence from sites like Maldon in Essex, where Byrhtnoth's forces were defeated in 991, reveals the resumption of large-scale warfare after decades of relative peace. The battle site excavations have uncovered weapons and human remains that provide physical evidence of the fierce fighting described in the contemporary poem, commemorating Byrhtnoth's heroic but ultimately futile resistance. The payment of Danegeld represented a fundamental shift in English defensive strategy from military resistance to financial appeasement. Archaeological evidence reveals the enormous wealth that 10th century England had accumulated through agricultural development and international trade, making tribute payments feasible even as they encouraged further attacks. Coin hoards buried during this period, such as the Cuerdal hoard discovered in Lancashire, contain thousands of silver coins from England, Scandinavia, and Islamic territories, demonstrating the international trade networks that generated the wealth used to purchase temporary peace from Viking raiders. Swene's conquest of England in 1013 represented the culmination of decades of renewed Scandinavian pressure. Archaeological evidence from sites like Gainsborough in Lincolnshire, where Swene established his headquarters, reveals the rapid transformation of English administrative centres to accommodate Scandinavian rule. The king's death in 1014 created a succession crisis that temporarily restored English independence under Ethelred, but the underlying political and military weaknesses that had enabled Scandinavian success remained unresolved. Signut's decisive victory in 1016 established the most successful Scandinavian kingdom in medieval Europe, ruling territories that stretched from England to Denmark and Norway. Archaeological evidence from sites like Winchester and London reveals the continuity of administrative systems under Scandinavian rule, with Knut adopting existing English governmental practices while maintaining connections to Scandinavian political traditions. The King's Law Codes synthesized Anglo-Saxon and Scandinavian legal traditions, creating hybrid systems that reflected the cultural complexity of his diverse territories. The succession crisis following Sienut's death in 1035 ultimately restored English rule under Edward the Confessor in 1042, but the kingdom that emerged differed fundamentally from its Anglo-Saxon predecessors. Archaeological evidence reveals the profound cultural changes wrought by centuries of Scandinavian influence, with material culture, settlement patterns, and administrative practices reflecting the synthesis of Germanic, Scandinavian, and Christian traditions that would characterize medieval England. The stage was set for the final transformation that would occur in 1066, when competing claims to Edward's inheritance would bring Norman, Norwegian, and Anglo-Saxon armies into conflict for control of the English throne. The death of Edward the Confessor on January 5, 1066, precipitated the most significant succession crisis in English history, with three powerful claimants asserting legitimate rights to the throne. Harold Godwinson, Earl of Wessex and the most powerful nobleman in England, claimed Edward had designated him as heir on his deathbed. Duke William of Normandy insisted that Edward had promised him the succession years earlier, and that Harold had sworn a sacred oath to support his claim during a visit to Normandy around 1064. Harald Hardrada of Norway based his claim on an agreement between his predecessor, Magnus, and Harthacnut, Sinut's son, which had promised the survivor rights to both kingdoms. Archaeological evidence from Westminster Abbey, where Edward was buried, reveals the magnificent Romanesque church he had constructed as his memorial. Its substantial stone walls and elaborate carved capitals demonstrating the wealth and continental connections that made England such an attractive prize. The Witten selection of Harold Godwinson reflected practical political considerations rather than strict hereditary succession. Harold possessed the military experience, territorial base, and administrative connections necessary to govern effectively during a period of external threat. His coronation at Westminster Abbey on January 6th, the day after Edward's funeral, demonstrated the urgency with which English nobles moved to establish legitimate authority before foreign claimants could organise invasions. Archaeological excavations at Bosham in Sussex, Harold's primary residence, reveal a substantial stone church and associated buildings that served as the centre of his earldom, with evidence of international trade connections, including pottery from northern France and metalwork from Scandinavia. William's reaction to news of Harold's coronation combined genuine outrage with calculated political manoeuvring. The Norman Duke had spent decades consolidating control over his fractious duchy, surviving assassination attempts, rebellious barons, and French royal interference to establish one of medieval Europe's most effective military states. Archaeological evidence from sites like Falaise and Caen reveals the sophisticated castle-building program that had secured Norman territories, with massive stone keeps and defensive earthworks that demonstrated advanced military engineering. William's court at Rouen attracted knights, clerics, and administrators from throughout northern France, creating a cosmopolitan environment that blended Scandinavian military traditions with Frankish administrative practices and reformed Christian spirituality. The papal blessing obtained by William for his invasion represented a diplomatic masterstroke that transformed a dynastic dispute into a holy war. Pope Alexander II's grant of a papal banner reflected the reform movement's support for Norman claims about English ecclesiastical irregularities, including allegations of simony, clerical marriage, and resistance to continental reforms. Archaeological evidence from Norman monasteries like Jumièges and Mont Saint-Michel reveals the architectural and liturgical innovations that reformers sought to impose throughout Europe, with elaborate stone churches featuring innovative vaulting techniques and sculptural programs that emphasized papal authority and clerical celibacy. The construction of William's invasion fleet during the summer of 1066 required unprecedented logistical coordination. Contemporary sources describe the assembly of approximately 700 vessels at Dives-sur-Mer, ranging from large transport ships capable of carrying horses to smaller vessels designed for rapid coastal operations. Archaeological excavations of medieval shipyards in Normandy have revealed evidence of the specialized techniques used in constructing these vessels, with overlapping planks secured by iron rivets and waterproofed with tar and animal hair. The fleet's capacity for transporting not only troops but also horses, siege equipment, and prefabricated castle components demonstrated the systematic planning that characterized Norman military operations. Harold Hardrada's simultaneous invasion of northern England created the strategic dilemma that ultimately determined the campaign's outcome. The Norwegian king's reputation as the greatest warrior of his generation was well established through decades of campaigning in the Mediterranean, where he had served in the Byzantine Emperor's Varangian Guard and accumulated enormous wealth through military service and piracy. Archaeological evidence from sites like Trondheim reveals the sophisticated metalworking traditions that produced the weapons and armour used by Norwegian forces, with pattern-welded swords and elaborate helmets that combined functional effectiveness with symbolic display of royal authority. The alliance between Harald Hardrada and Tostig Godwinson, Harold's exiled brother, provided the Norwegian invasion with crucial local support and intelligence about English defensive preparations. Tostig's knowledge of Yorkshire geography and political loyalties enabled the Norwegian forces to navigate the complex waterways of the Humber estuary and establish secure bases for operations against York. Archaeological excavations at sites like Stamford Bridge reveal evidence of the substantial settlements that supported the Norwegian army during its brief occupation of the region, with temporary fortifications and evidence of systematic requisitioning of local food supplies. The Battle of Fulford on September 20th, 1066, demonstrated the effectiveness of Norwegian military tactics against conventional English forces. Earl Edwin of Mercia and Earl Morcar of Northumbria commanded approximately 6,000 troops, primarily feared levies supplemented by professional warriors from their household retinues. The battle site, located on marshy ground south of York, favoured defensive tactics, but the Norwegian forces' superior discipline and experience in coordinated attacks overwhelmed the English position. Archaeological evidence from the battlefield area includes scattered weapons, fragments, and human remains that suggest the fierce fighting described in contemporary sources, with the English forces suffering catastrophic casualties that eliminated organised resistance in northern England. Harold's forced march northward to confront the Norwegian invasion covered approximately 180 miles in 4 days, demonstrating the effectiveness of the communication systems and logistical arrangements that supported Anglo-Saxon military operations. The king's ability to mobilise forces from southern England and coordinate their movement with surviving northern troops reflected decades of administrative development that had created efficient governmental machinery. Archaeological evidence from sites along the Great North Road reveals the Roman infrastructure that facilitated rapid military movement, with stone bridges and paved surfaces that remained functional despite centuries of limited maintenance. The Battle of Stamford Bridge on September 25, 1066, ranks among the most decisive encounters in medieval military history. Harold Hardrada and Tostig had positioned their forces on the east bank of the River Derwent, expecting to receive hostages and tribute from York rather than facing immediate battle. The Norwegian army's dispersal across the countryside, with many warriors leaving their armour at the ships anchored at Rickel, reflected their confidence in English submission following the victory at Fulford. Archaeological investigation of the battlefield has revealed evidence of the bridge that gave the engagement its name, with stone foundations and timber superstructure that created a natural choke point where small numbers of defenders could hold off larger attacking forces. The legendary account of a single Norwegian warrior holding the bridge against the entire English army, though probably exaggerated in later sources, reflects the tactical significance of river crossings in medieval warfare. Archaeological evidence suggests that the original bridge was narrow enough that individual combat could indeed control access, with the defender's position protected by the river's current and the bridge's elevation above the surrounding terrain. The eventual English victory required coordinated attacks from multiple directions, with some forces crossing the river upstream to outflank the Norwegian position, while others maintained pressure at the bridge itself. The death of Harald Hardrada during the battle eliminated one of medieval Europe's most formidable military leaders and effectively ended Norwegian ambitions for English conquest. Contemporary sources describe the king's death from an arrow wound to the throat, though archaeological evidence cannot confirm specific details of individual casualties. The Norwegian army's collapse following their leader's death demonstrated the personal nature of medieval military leadership, with warrior loyalty tied directly to individual commanders rather than abstract political concepts. The survivors' retreat to their ships at Rickel required only 24 vessels to transport the remnants of an army that had arrived in over 300 ships, indicating the scale of Norwegian casualties. Harold's victory celebration at York was interrupted by news of William's landing at Pevensey on September 28th, forcing the English king to undertake another exhausting march southward, with forces already depleted by the northern campaign. The timing of William's invasion, delayed for weeks by unfavourable winds, proved fortuitous in catching Harold between two major military commitments. Archaeological evidence from Pevensey reveals the remains of the Roman fort that provided William's forces with immediate defensive positions, with substantial stone walls and strategic location controlling access routes inland from the coast. William's establishment of a fortified base at Hastings demonstrated the systematic approach that characterised Norman military operations. Rather than advancing immediately inland, the Norman forces constructed a Motte and Bailey castle using prefabricated wooden components transported with the invasion fleet. Archaeological excavations at Hastings Castle have revealed evidence of these original timber fortifications, with post holes and defensive ditches that provided security for the Norman beachhead, while serving as a base for systematic ravaging of the surrounding countryside, designed to force Harold into premature battle. The devastation of the Sussex countryside represented deliberate psychological warfare intended to undermine Harold's legitimacy by demonstrating his inability to protect his subjects. Contemporary sources describe systematic burning of villages, slaughter of livestock, and destruction of crops that created streams of refugees fleeing toward London. Archaeological evidence from sites like Battle and Sedlescombe reveals layers of ash and destruction dating to this period, with burned timber buildings and scattered metal objects that confirm the intensity of Norman ravaging operations. Harold's decision to advance directly from London to confront William, rather than adopting defensive strategies, reflected both personal honour and practical political considerations. The king's reputation as a successful military commander demanded aggressive action against foreign invaders, while delayed response risked allowing William to establish permanent fortifications and attract additional continental reinforcements. Archaeological evidence from sites along Watling Street reveals the Roman road system that facilitated Harold's rapid advance, though the forced marches required to reach the battlefield left his forces exhausted and reduced in number. The English army that assembled at Caldbeck Hill on October 13th, 1066, represented a mixture of professional warriors and hastily assembled militia forces. Harold's housecarls, armed with two-handed Danish axes and equipped with mail hauberks and iron helmets, formed the army's elite corps, supplemented by thanes from southern shires and feared levies called up for national defence. Archaeological evidence from weapon hoards buried during this period reveals the quality of English military equipment, with pattern-welded swords, spearheads with elaborate socket decorations, and shield bosses that combined functional effectiveness with artistic sophistication. The battlefield chosen by Harold occupied a narrow ridge, approximately 600 yards long, with steep slopes on both flanks that prevented outflanking manoeuvres while concentrating the fighting along a predictable front. Archaeological investigation has confirmed the tactical advantages of the English position, with the slope's gradient creating natural obstacles to cavalry charges while providing elevated positions for missile weapons. The famous apple tree that marked the centre of the English line, mentioned in contemporary sources, probably served as a rallying point and command post during the extended fighting. The Norman army's composition reflected the international character of William's expedition, with contingents from Normandy, Brittany, Flanders, and other French territories united by feudal obligations and promises of English land grants. The force's organisation into 3 divisions, Bretons on the left, Normans in the centre, and French and Flemish troops on the right, demonstrated sophisticated tactical planning that maximised the effectiveness of different fighting styles and equipment types. Archaeological evidence from Norman military sites reveals the standardised equipment that characterised these forces, with kite-shaped shields, mail hauberks, and conical helmets that provided effective protection while maintaining mobility necessary for combined arms tactics. The Battle of Hastings began at approximately 9 a.m. on October 14, 1066, with Norman archers advancing to within range of the English shield wall. The initial missile exchange demonstrated the contrasting tactical approaches of the two armies, with Norman crossbowmen and archers seeking to disrupt English formations, while Harold's forces maintained defensive positions designed to absorb and repel frontal attacks. Archaeological evidence from the battlefield includes arrowheads and crossbow bolts that confirm the intensity of this preliminary phase, with iron points designed for penetrating mail armour scattered across the slope where the English line stood. The first Norman cavalry charge encountered the disciplined resistance that had characterised English defensive tactics for centuries. The housecarl's 2-handed axes proved devastatingly effective against mounted attackers, with the weapon's long handles and heavy blades capable of killing horses and riders with single blows. Contemporary sources describe the terrifying sound of axes striking shields and armour, creating a din that could be heard across the battlefield while the English battle cry of "Oot, oot" echoed along the ridge. Archaeological analysis of weapon damage patterns from contemporary sites suggests that axe wounds were indeed capable of penetrating the mail armour worn by Norman cavalry, confirming the effectiveness of English defensive tactics. The false retreat that broke the English left wing around midday represented either tactical brilliance or fortunate improvisation that exploited the feared's lack of battlefield discipline. When Breton forces on the Norman left appeared to flee in disorder, English militia forces abandoned their defensive positions to pursue what they believed was a defeated enemy. The Bretons' sudden turn to attack their scattered pursuers demonstrated the superior training and coordination that characterised Norman military forces, with cavalry units capable of complex manoeuvres under battlefield conditions. Archaeological evidence suggests that this phase of the battle occurred on the lower slopes where pursuing English forces became vulnerable to coordinated counterattacks. The afternoon fighting centred on repeated Norman attempts to break the contracted English line through coordinated infantry, archery, and cavalry attacks. William's personal leadership proved crucial during this phase, with the Duke reportedly having 3 horses killed beneath him while leading charges against the English centre. Contemporary sources describe his removal of his helmet to demonstrate his survival when rumours of his death began circulating among Norman forces, illustrating the personal nature of medieval military leadership and the psychological factors that determine battlefield outcomes. Harold's death during the final Norman assault remains one of medieval history's most debated episodes, with contemporary sources providing conflicting accounts of whether the king died from an arrow wound to the eye or from sword cuts inflicted during hand-to-hand combat. Archaeological investigation of the battlefield has failed to locate Harold's burial site or provide physical evidence of his death, though the collapse of English resistance following the king's fall suggests that his demise was clearly recognised by both armies. The famous scene depicted in the Bayeux tapestry, showing a figure with an arrow in his eye followed by another being cut down by a mounted warrior, may represent two separate moments in Harold's final struggle rather than alternative versions of the same event. The systematic Norman pursuit of fleeing English forces continued until nightfall, with cavalry units hunting down scattered groups of feared levies who lack the discipline to maintain organised retreat. Archaeological evidence from sites along the probable retreat routes includes scattered weapons and equipment abandoned by fleeing soldiers, confirming contemporary accounts of the pursuit's intensity. The death of Harold's brothers Gurth and Leofwine during the battle eliminated potential leaders for continued English resistance, while the casualties among the housecarls and thanes destroyed the military elite that had sustained Anglo-Saxon royal authority. William's cautious advance towards London following his victory at Hastings demonstrated the strategic uncertainty that persisted despite tactical success. Rather than marching directly on the capital, the Norman forces moved eastward to Dover, securing the crucial port that controlled communications with Normandy, while avoiding immediate confrontation with whatever English forces might remain in the field. Archaeological evidence from Dover Castle reveals extensive modifications undertaken during this period, with Norman engineers strengthening the existing fortifications while constructing additional defensive works that secured their primary supply route. The submission of Canterbury marked the beginning of systematic Norman occupation of southeastern England. The city's ecclesiastical importance made its peaceful surrender politically significant, demonstrating Norman respect for church property while establishing precedents for collaboration between English religious authorities and foreign conquerors. Archaeological excavations at Canterbury Cathedral have revealed evidence of the rapid architectural changes that followed Norman conquest, with construction beginning almost immediately on a new cathedral that would replace the Anglo-Saxon structure with a building reflecting continental architectural traditions. The ravaging of Surrey and Hampshire represented deliberate economic warfare designed to pressure London's population into submission through starvation and refugee influx. Norman forces systematically destroyed agricultural resources, burned settlements, and slaughtered livestock across a broad swath of territory surrounding the capital. Archaeological evidence from sites like Guildford and Winchester reveals layers of destruction dating to this period, with burned timber buildings and scattered metal objects confirming the intensity of Norman devastation campaigns. The brief reign of Edgar Atheling following Harold's death reflected the English nobility's desperate attempt to maintain legitimate resistance to Norman conquest. The teenage prince's claim to the throne derived from his descent from Edmund Ironside, though his youth and lack of military experience made effective leadership impossible under the circumstances. Archaeological evidence from sites like Berkhamsted, where Edgar's supporters made their final submission to William, reveals the hasty fortification efforts undertaken by English forces seeking to establish defensive positions against Norman advance. William's coronation at Westminster Abbey on Christmas Day 1066 marked the formal establishment of Norman rule, though the ceremony's disruption by violence demonstrated the fragility of the new regime's authority. Contemporary sources describe how the Norman Guard's misinterpretation of shouting from inside the abbey led to attacks on surrounding buildings, creating fires that illuminated the coronation ceremony while terrified English nobles fled the church. Archaeological evidence from Westminster reveals the substantial rebuilding required following this violence, with repairs to damaged structures and new construction reflecting Norman architectural preferences. The establishment of Norman administrative control required systematic replacement of English officials with continental appointees who possessed both the linguistic skills and political loyalty necessary for effective governance. Archaeological evidence from sites like Winchester, the traditional seat of English royal administration, reveals rapid changes in material culture as Norman officials established new governmental procedures while adapting existing administrative systems to continental practices. The survival of Anglo-Saxon administrative documents from this period demonstrates the continuity of certain governmental functions even as political control shifted to foreign rulers. The construction of motte and bailey castles across conquered territories represented the most visible symbol of Norman domination and the primary mechanism for maintaining military control over hostile populations. These fortifications, built using impressed English labour under Norman supervision, combined speed of construction with tactical effectiveness, creating secure bases for garrison forces while demonstrating Norman power to local populations. Archaeological excavations at sites like Windsor and Warwick reveal the sophisticated engineering that characterised these early Norman castles, with carefully planned earthworks and timber structures that maximise defensive capabilities while minimising construction time and materials. The harrying of the north during the winter of 1069 to 1070 represented the most systematic campaign of destruction undertaken during the Norman conquest, designed to eliminate the economic base that supported continued English resistance in Yorkshire and surrounding regions. William's forces moved methodically across the landscape, destroying settlements, slaughtering livestock, and burning stored grain supplies that would have sustained populations through the winter months. Archaeological evidence from sites like York and Durham reveals the extent of this devastation, with layers of ash and destruction that confirm contemporary accounts of widespread burning and systematic economic warfare. The demographic impact of the harrying created a wasteland that persisted for decades, with Domesday Book entries from 1086 still recording vast areas of Yorkshire as waste nearly 20 years after the campaign. Archaeological survey work has identified hundreds of deserted settlement sites dating to this period, with evidence of hasty abandonment including buried coin hoards and scattered household goods that suggest populations fled with minimal warning. The campaign's effectiveness in eliminating organised resistance came at enormous human cost, with contemporary sources suggesting that famine and disease killed more people than direct military action. The rebellion of Hereward the Wake in the Fenlands represented the most sustained English resistance to Norman rule, exploiting the region's difficult terrain and the leadership of a charismatic warrior who embodied Anglo-Saxon military traditions. Archaeological evidence from sites like Ely reveals the natural advantages that made the Fenlands nearly impregnable to conventional military operations, with islands of firm ground surrounded by marshes that could only be crossed by those familiar with local conditions. Hereward's ability to maintain resistance for several years demonstrated both the limitations of Norman military power and the persistence of English opposition to foreign rule. The Siege of Ely required innovative engineering solutions that demonstrated Norman adaptability and determination to eliminate all centres of resistance. William's construction of a causeway across the marshes, using timber, stone, and earth to create a solid roadway capable of supporting heavily armed troops, represented a massive undertaking that required enormous resources and sophisticated planning. Archaeological investigation of the probable causeway route has revealed evidence of timber structures and stone foundations that confirm the scale of this engineering project, though the exact location remains disputed among historians and archaeologists. The systematic replacement of English landholders with Norman nobles represented the most fundamental transformation wrought by the conquest, creating an entirely new social structure based on continental feudal principles. The Domesday Book reveals that by 1086, only 2 major English landholders retained substantial estates, with virtually all significant properties having been granted to Norman, Breton, or Flemish nobles who owed military service to the king. Archaeological evidence from manor houses and estate centres shows rapid architectural changes as new lords constructed stone buildings reflecting continental styles, while English timber halls fell into disrepair or were deliberately demolished. The introduction of feudal land tenure transformed the relationship between lords and peasants, replacing the complex web of obligations and rights that had characterized Anglo-Saxon society with standardized continental practices. Archaeological evidence from rural settlements reveals changes in agricultural practices and settlement patterns as Norman lords imposed new forms of estate management designed to maximize revenue extraction. The construction of watermills and the expansion of arable cultivation at the expense of woodland and pasture reflected the commercial orientation that Norman landholders brought to English agriculture. The Domesday Book Survey of 1086 represented the most comprehensive administrative undertaking in medieval Europe, documenting the kingdom's resources with unprecedented detail and accuracy. The survey's compilation required enormous logistical coordination, with royal commissioners travelling throughout England to record landholding, population, and economic resources at the manor level. Archaeological evidence from sites mentioned in Domesday reveals the accuracy of the survey's information, with excavations confirming details about settlement sizes, agricultural resources, and economic activities recorded by Norman administrators. The survey's primary purpose involved establishing clear records of land tenure and tax obligations that would prevent disputes while maximising royal revenue. Archaeological evidence from administrative centres like Winchester reveals the sophisticated record-keeping systems that supported Domesday's compilation, with evidence of scriptoria and administrative buildings where the survey's information was processed and recorded. The survival of the two volumes known as Great Domesday and Little Domesday demonstrates the permanent nature of Norman administrative innovations and their influence on subsequent governmental development. The transformation of English ecclesiastical life under Norman rule involved the systematic replacement of English bishops and abbots with continental appointees who possessed both theological training and political loyalty to the new regime. Archaeological evidence from cathedral sites like Canterbury, Winchester and York reveals the rapid architectural changes that accompanied administrative transformation, with construction beginning almost immediately on new buildings that reflected continental Romanesque styles. These massive construction projects required enormous resources and demonstrated Norman determination to impose their cultural preferences on English ecclesiastical institutions while demonstrating their commitment to Reformed Christianity, promoted by the papal reform movement. Henry III's accession to the throne in 1100 following the death of his brother William Rufus in a hunting accident marked the beginning of a new phase in Norman royal authority. The youngest son of William the Conqueror possessed neither the military reputation of his eldest brother Robert Curthose nor the ruthless efficiency of William II, but his political acumen and administrative innovations would establish foundations for royal government that endured throughout the medieval period. Archaeological evidence from Winchester, where Henry maintained his primary treasury, reveals extensive modifications to the royal palace complex, with new stone buildings designed to accommodate the expanded bureaucracy that characterized his reign. The construction of specialized chambers for record-keeping and financial administration demonstrates the systematic approach Henry brought to royal government. The succession crisis that erupted immediately after Henry's accession reflected the complex inheritance arrangements established by William the Conqueror. Robert Curthose's claim to England, based on primogeniture, conflicted with Henry's possession of the royal treasury and control of key administrative centres. Archaeological excavations at Portsmouth reveal evidence of the fortifications Henry constructed to defend against his brother's expected invasion, with earthwork defences and stone towers that controlled access to the harbour where Robert's invasion fleet might land. The rapid construction of these defensive works demonstrates Henry's ability to mobilise resources and coordinate military preparations despite the uncertain legitimacy of his rule. The Battle of Tinchebray in 1106 resolved the succession dispute through Henry's decisive victory over Robert's forces in Normandy. The engagement's location near the site of William the Conqueror's birth provided symbolic significance that Henry exploited to legitimise his conquest of the duchy. Archaeological evidence from the battlefield area includes weapon fragments and horse equipment that confirm contemporary accounts of fierce cavalry fighting between Norman nobles supporting rival claimants. Henry's capture of Robert Curthose eliminated the primary threat to his authority, while establishing English control over Normandy that would persist for over a century. Henry's administrative innovations transformed royal government from the personal household management that had characterised earlier Norman rule into a sophisticated bureaucratic system capable of governing territories spanning from Scotland to the Loire Valley. The development of the Exchequer as a specialised financial court created permanent institutions for revenue collection and audit that operated independently of the king's personal presence. Archaeological evidence from Westminster reveals the construction of specialised buildings designed to accommodate the Exchequer's sessions, with stone chambers equipped with the counting tables and storage facilities necessary for complex financial calculations and record-keeping. The pipe rolls that survive from Henry's reign provide unprecedented insight into royal finances and administrative procedures. These annual records of sheriff's accounts document revenue collection from every English county, revealing the systematic nature of Norman fiscal administration. Archaeological evidence from shire towns like Oxford and Northampton shows the construction of specialised buildings designed to accommodate royal officials during their periodic visits for account auditing and judicial proceedings. The standardisation of weights, measures and accounting procedures across Henry's territories demonstrates the bureaucratic sophistication that distinguished his government from earlier medieval administrations. Henry's legal innovations established precedents that would influence English law for centuries. The creation of royal courts with standardised procedures provided alternatives to local courts dominated by baronial interests, while the development of writs as formal legal instruments created systematic methods for initiating legal proceedings. Archaeological evidence from sites like Clarendon reveals the construction of royal hunting lodges that also served as judicial centres where Henry held court sessions during his frequent travels throughout the kingdom. These buildings combined residential accommodation with formal halls designed for legal proceedings and administrative meetings. The White Ship disaster of November the 25th, 1120, fundamentally altered the trajectory of English royal succession and created the crisis that would dominate the remainder of Henry's reign. The vessel sinking in the English Channel while carrying the king's heir William Etheling and numerous young nobles returning from Normandy eliminated an entire generation of royal and aristocratic leadership. Archaeological investigation of medieval shipwrecks from this period reveals the construction techniques and navigational equipment used by cross-channel vessels, with overlapping planks secured by iron fastenings and ballast stones that provided stability in rough seas. The White Ship's loss during what contemporary sources describe as calm weather suggests either structural failure or navigational error that proved catastrophic for English political stability. Henry's response to his son's death involved desperate attempts to secure the succession through remarriage and the unprecedented designation of his daughter Matilda as heir. The king's marriage to Adeliza of Louvain in 1121 represented a calculated effort to produce male heirs, while Matilda's recall from Germany following her husband Emperor Henry V's death in 1125 demonstrated Henry's determination to maintain direct dynastic control. Archaeological evidence from royal residences shows extensive modifications undertaken during this period to accommodate the expanded court necessary for training Matilda in governmental procedures and establishing her legitimacy as future ruler. The oath-taking ceremony of 1127, where Henry compelled his barons to swear allegiance to Matilda as his heir, represented an unprecedented departure from traditional succession practices. Contemporary sources describe the reluctance with which nobles accepted female rule, particularly given Matilda's imperious personality and her subsequent marriage to Geoffrey of Anjou, which created the possibility of Angevin control over England. Archaeological evidence from sites like Woodstock, where the ceremony took place, reveals the substantial royal complex that provided appropriate settings for such momentous political events, with great halls capable of accommodating the assembled nobility and their retinues. Matilda's marriage to Geoffrey Plantagenet in 1128 created the dynastic alliance that would transform medieval European politics, while generating immediate opposition from Norman barons who feared Angevin domination. Geoffrey's nickname derived from the broom flower he wore as a personal emblem, though the family would become known to history as the Angevins or Plantagenets. Archaeological excavations at Angers reveal the sophisticated castle complex that served as the centre of Angevin power, with massive stone keeps and defensive walls that demonstrated the military capabilities Geoffrey brought to his marriage alliance. The castle's strategic position controlling the Loire Valley provided the territorial base from which the Angevins would eventually dominate western France. Stephen of Blois' seizure of the English throne following Henry's death in December 1135 initiated the civil war known as the Anarchy that would devastate England for nearly 2 decades. Stephen's claim derived from his position as Henry's favourite nephew and his presence in England when the king died, allowing him to secure the royal treasury at Winchester and obtain coronation at Westminster before potential rivals could organise opposition. Archaeological evidence from London reveals the rapid fortification of the tower undertaken during Stephen's early reign, with new defensive walls and residential buildings that provided secure accommodation for the royal court during periods of political uncertainty. The civil war that erupted when Matilda invaded England in 1139 created unprecedented destruction across the kingdom as rival claimants competed for territorial control. Contemporary sources describe the breakdown of royal authority that allowed local strongmen to construct unauthorised castles and prey upon civilian populations without legal restraint. Archaeological survey work has identified over 500 castle sites dating to this period, many representing temporary fortifications built by minor nobles seeking to establish independent authority during the collapse of central government. These adulterine castles typically consisted of simple motte and bailey constructions that could be erected quickly using local labour and materials. The siege warfare that characterised the Civil War demonstrated both the effectiveness of castle fortifications and the limitations of medieval military technology. Archaeological excavations at sites like Wallingford and Oxford reveal evidence of the prolonged sieges that determined control of strategic locations, with siege lines, temporary fortifications, and evidence of systematic destruction that accompanied these operations. The siege of Oxford Castle in 1142, where Matilda escaped across frozen ground during a winter night, illustrates the dramatic reversals of fortune that characterised this period of political instability. The economic devastation caused by prolonged warfare appears clearly in archaeological evidence from rural settlements across England. Sites like Warren Percy in Yorkshire show evidence of abandonment and destruction during the 1140s, with burned buildings and scattered metal objects suggesting hasty evacuation by civilian populations. The breakdown of royal authority allowed local strongmen to extract tribute from surrounding territories while engaging in private warfare that disrupted agricultural production and trade networks that had sustained economic prosperity during Henry III's reign. The Treaty of Wallingford in 1153 finally resolved the succession crisis through a compromise that recognised Stephen as king for his lifetime, while designating Matilda's son Henry as heir. Archaeological evidence from Wallingford reveals the substantial earthwork fortifications that made the site strategically crucial during the Civil War, with multiple defensive lines and evidence of siege operations that demonstrate the location's military importance. The treaty negotiations took place in the shadow of these fortifications, with their visible reminder of warfare's costs providing incentive for both parties to reach accommodation. Henry II's accession in 1154 at age 21 brought to the English throne one of medieval Europe's most capable rulers, whose territories would eventually span from the Scottish borders to the Pyrenees Mountains. The young king inherited not only England and Normandy from his maternal grandfather Henry I, but also Anjou, Maine and Touraine from his father Geoffrey Plantagenet. His marriage to Eleanor of Aquitaine in 1152 had added her vast duchies in southwestern France, creating the Angevin Empire that dominated Western European politics for the next century. Archaeological evidence from Chinon, one of Henry's favourite residences, reveals the sophisticated castle complex that served as an administrative centre for these scattered territories, with residential quarters, administrative buildings, and defensive works that accommodated the peripatetic court necessary for governing such extensive domains. The administrative systems Henry developed to govern his empire represented the most sophisticated governmental machinery in medieval Europe. The creation of specialised departments for different aspects of royal administration allowed for systematic record-keeping and policy implementation across territories, with diverse legal traditions and administrative practices. Archaeological evidence from Westminster reveals the construction of new government buildings designed to accommodate the expanded bureaucracy, with specialised chambers for different administrative functions and secure storage for the growing archive of governmental records. The development of common law under Henry II created unified legal procedures that gradually replaced the patchwork of local customs and baronial privileges that had characterised earlier legal systems. The king's decision to send royal justices on regular circuits throughout England established consistent legal standards while extending royal authority into previously autonomous local jurisdictions. Archaeological evidence from shire towns shows the construction of specialised buildings designed to accommodate these judicial sessions, with formal courtrooms and secure facilities for holding prisoners awaiting trial. The constitutions of Clarendon, issued in 1164, represented Henry's attempt to define the relationship between royal and ecclesiastical authority in systematic legal terms. The document's 16 clauses addressed issues ranging from clerical taxation to criminal jurisdiction over clergy members, reflecting the king's determination to assert royal authority over all aspects of English society. Archaeological excavations at Clarendon Palace reveal the substantial royal complex where these constitutions were promulgated, with great halls and residential buildings that provided appropriate settings for the formal ceremonies that accompanied major legislative pronouncements. The conflict with Thomas Becket emerged from Henry's appointment of his Chancellor as Archbishop of Canterbury in 1162, expecting continued cooperation from his former administrative subordinate. Becket's transformation from royal servant to defender of ecclesiastical privileges reflected the spiritual conversion that accompanied his elevation to England's premier ecclesiastical office. Archaeological evidence from Canterbury Cathedral reveals the substantial rebuilding programme undertaken during Becket's archiepiscopate, with new construction reflecting reformed liturgical practices and architectural styles that emphasised ecclesiastical independence from secular authority. The escalating dispute between Henry and Becket centred on fundamental questions about the relationship between temporal and spiritual authority that had divided medieval Europe since the investiture controversy. Becket's resistance to royal attempts to try criminal clergy in secular courts reflected broader ecclesiastical claims to independence from lay interference in church affairs. Archaeological evidence from sites like Northampton, where Becket was tried before a royal court in 1164, reveals the formal settings where these constitutional conflicts played out, with great halls designed to accommodate the elaborate ceremonial that surrounded medieval legal proceedings. Becket's exile in France from 1164 to 1170 created an international crisis that involved the Pope, the French king and other European rulers in English ecclesiastical affairs. The Archbishop's residence at Pontigny Abbey provided him with a secure base for organising opposition to Henry's ecclesiastical policies, while maintaining communication with supporters in England. Archaeological excavations at Pontigny reveal the monastic complex that sheltered Becket during his exile, with evidence of the international pilgrimage that developed around the exiled archbishop, even before his eventual martyrdom. The reconciliation between Henry and Becket in 1170 proved temporary and superficial, failing to resolve the fundamental disagreements that had caused their original conflict. Becket's return to Canterbury in December 1170 was marked by his excommunication of bishops who had participated in the coronation of Henry's eldest son, demonstrating his continued defiance of royal authority. Archaeological evidence from Canterbury reveals preparations for Becket's return, with modifications to the cathedral and archiepiscopal palace that reflected his determination to assert ecclesiastical independence. The murder of Thomas Becket in Canterbury Cathedral on December 29, 1170, shocked medieval Europe and created one of the most powerful martyrdom cults in Christian history. The four knights who killed the Archbishop Reginald Fitzurse, Hugh de Morville, William de Tracy, and Richard le Breton acted on their interpretation of Henry's angry words about his troublesome archbishop, though the king consistently denied ordering Becket's assassination. Archaeological investigation of Canterbury Cathedral has identified the probable location of Becket's murder, near the altar of St. Benedict, with evidence of modifications made to accommodate the shrine that was immediately established at the martyrdom site. The immediate aftermath of Becket's murder saw the development of miracle stories and pilgrimage that transformed Canterbury into one of Europe's most important religious centres. Contemporary accounts describe miraculous healings associated with Becket's blood and personal possessions. While the cathedral's monks systematically recorded these miracles to support their campaign for the Archbishop's canonisation, archaeological evidence reveals the rapid development of facilities to accommodate pilgrims, with new hostels, roads, and commercial establishments that supported the religious tourism that became central to Canterbury's economy. Henry's penance at Becket's tomb in 1174 represented one of medieval Europe's most dramatic displays of royal humility, with the king submitting to ritual scourging by Canterbury's monks while dressed in penitential garments. The ceremony's political significance extended beyond religious symbolism, demonstrating Henry's recognition that Becket's martyrdom had fundamentally altered the balance between royal and ecclesiastical authority. Archaeological evidence from Canterbury Cathedral shows the elaborate shrine constructed to house Becket's remains, with gold and silver decorations that reflected the enormous wealth generated by pilgrimage to the martyrdom site. The rebellion of 1173 to 1174, led by Henry's eldest son and supported by Eleanor of Aquitaine, represented the most serious threat to Angevin authority during Henry's reign. The revolt's timing, coinciding with Henry's conflict with Becket's supporters and external pressure from the French king, created a crisis that threatened to fragment the Angevin Empire. Archaeological evidence from sites like Framlingham Castle in Suffolk reveals the fortifications constructed by rebellious barons with substantial stone defences that provided secure bases for operations against royal forces. The siege of Rouen in 1174 demonstrated Henry's military capabilities and his determination to maintain control over his continental territories. The city's strategic importance as the capital of Normandy made its defence crucial for Angevin authority, while its fall would have provided the French king with a foothold for further expansion into Norman territories. Archaeological excavations at Rouen reveal evidence of the siege operations, with temporary fortifications and evidence of systematic destruction that accompanied the military operations necessary to maintain the city's loyalty to Henry. Richard the Sassanid's accession in 1189 brought to the throne a king whose primary interests lay in crusading and continental warfare, rather than English governmental administration. The new king's immediate preparations for the Third Crusade required unprecedented financial resources that strained the administrative system developed by his father. Archaeological evidence from sites like the Tower of London reveals modifications undertaken to secure the enormous treasure Richard accumulated for his crusading expedition, with strengthened walls and new storage facilities designed to protect the wealth extracted from English resources. The Third Crusade represented the largest military expedition undertaken by medieval England, requiring logistical coordination that demonstrated the administrative sophistication achieved under Angevin rule. Richard's fleet, assembled at Portsmouth and other English ports, included vessels capable of transporting not only troops but also horses, siege equipment, and supplies necessary for extended campaigning in the eastern Mediterranean. Archaeological investigation of medieval shipyards reveals the construction techniques used for these specialized transport vessels, with reinforced hulls and expanded cargo capacity that reflected the unique requirements of crusading warfare. Richard's campaigns in the Holy Land established his reputation as one of medieval Europe's greatest military commanders, while demonstrating the limitations of crusading warfare against sophisticated Muslim opponents. The Siege of Acre, where Richard's forces played a crucial role in the city's capture, revealed both the effectiveness of Western military technology and the resilience of Islamic defensive strategies. Archaeological excavations at Acre have uncovered evidence of the siege operations, with massive stone projectiles and evidence of systematic destruction that accompanied the city's eventual fall to crusading forces. The king's capture by Leopold of Austria during his return journey created a succession crisis that tested the stability of Angevin governmental institutions. Richard's imprisonment in Germany from 1192 to 1194 required the payment of an enormous ransom that strained English resources while creating opportunities for his brother John to attempt usurpation. Archaeological evidence from sites like Nottingham Castle reveals the fortifications John constructed during his brother's absence, with new defensive works that provided secure bases for his attempted seizure of royal authority. Eleanor of Aquitaine's role in securing Richard's release demonstrated the continued importance of royal women in medieval politics, despite their formal exclusion from governmental authority. The Queen Mother's negotiations with Emperor Henry VI required diplomatic skills and financial resources that reflected her decades of experience in European politics. Archaeological evidence from sites like Winchester reveals the administrative infrastructure that supported Eleanor's efforts, with expanded facilities for record-keeping and financial administration that coordinated the ransom collection across Richard's territories. John's accession in 1199 following Richard's death at the Siege of Chalus created immediate challenges from his nephew Arthur of Brittany, whose supporters argued for his superior claim based on primogeniture. The dispute reflected the uncertain nature of Angevin succession practices and the complex inheritance arrangements that governed medieval royal families. Archaeological evidence from sites like Rouen reveals the fortifications both claimants constructed during their struggle for control, with competing defensive works that divided Norman loyalties between rival members of the royal family. The loss of Normandy to Philip Augustus of France in 1204 represented the most significant territorial defeat suffered by English kings since the Norman conquest. John's inability to defend his continental inheritance reflected both military inadequacy and the financial exhaustion that resulted from decades of warfare and crusading expenses. Archaeological evidence from Norman castles like Château Gaillard reveals the sophisticated defensive works constructed by Richard I to protect the duchy, with concentric fortifications and innovative architectural features that proved insufficient against sustained French pressure and John's military incompetence. The interdict imposed by Pope Innocent III from 1208 to 1213 created unprecedented religious and political crisis in medieval England. The papal prohibition on religious services except for baptisms and last rites effectively placed the entire kingdom under spiritual quarantine, while John's excommunication in 1209 released his subjects from their oaths of allegiance. Archaeological evidence from parish churches reveals the impact of the interdict, with evidence of abandoned religious buildings and the disruption of normal ecclesiastical activities that affected every aspect of medieval social life. John's submission to papal authority in 1213 transformed England into a papal fief, while providing the king with powerful ecclesiastical support against domestic opposition. The ceremony at Dover, where John surrendered his crown to papal legate Pandulf before receiving it back as a papal vassal, represented one of the most dramatic reversals in medieval English political history. Archaeological evidence from Dover Castle reveals the substantial royal complex where this submission took place, with great halls and ceremonial chambers that provided appropriate settings for such momentous political theatre. The baronial opposition that culminated in Magna Carta reflected fundamental disagreements about the limits of royal authority and the rights of subjects under Angevin governmental systems. The barons' grievances centred on John's arbitrary taxation, his abuse of feudal obligations, and his violation of traditional legal procedures that had provided protection against royal tyranny. Archaeological evidence from sites like Runnymede reveals the meadow setting where the final negotiations took place, with evidence of the temporary structures erected to accommodate the assembled nobility and their retinues during the extended discussions that produced the Charter. Magna Carta's 63 clauses address specific abuses while establishing general principles that would influence constitutional development for centuries. The Charter's provisions regarding taxation, legal procedures, and individual rights reflected the barons' determination to constrain royal authority within legal frameworks that protected traditional privileges. Archaeological evidence from sites like St Albans reveals the monastic scriptoria where copies of the Charter were produced for distribution throughout the kingdom, with evidence of the specialised materials and techniques used to create these crucial constitutional documents. The First Barons' War that erupted following John's repudiation of Magna Carta demonstrated the fragility of the constitutional settlement and the persistence of fundamental disagreements about royal authority. The barons' invitation to Prince Louis of France to claim the English throne created the possibility of Capetian conquest that threatened to reverse the Norman conquest's legacy. Archaeological evidence from siege sites like Rochester Castle reveals the intensity of the warfare that accompanied this constitutional crisis, with evidence of systematic destruction and the sophisticated siege techniques employed by both royal and baronial forces. John's death at Newark on October 19, 1216, during the height of the First Barons' War, created an unexpected opportunity for constitutional settlement that would fundamentally reshape English royal authority. The 9-year-old Henry III's accession, under the regency of William Marshal, Earl of Pembroke, transformed the political landscape by removing the personal animosity that had driven baronial opposition to John's rule. Archaeological evidence from Gloucester Cathedral, where Henry's hasty coronation took place, reveals the modest scale of the ceremony compared to previous royal inaugurations, with temporary arrangements necessitated by the Civil War and the absence of traditional regalia captured by rebel forces. The young king's coronation, using his mother's gold circlet rather than the crown jewels, symbolised both the monarchy's reduced circumstances and the pragmatic adaptations required during political crisis. William Marshal's appointment as regent reflected the barons' recognition that only a figure of unquestioned honour and military capability could navigate the complex challenges facing the kingdom. At over 70 years old, Marshal brought decades of experience serving 4 previous kings, along with a reputation for chivalric conduct that transcended factional divisions. Archaeological excavations at his estate at Caversham reveal the substantial stone buildings and defensive works that supported his regional authority, while documentary evidence shows his methodical approach to rebuilding royal administration through careful personnel selection and systematic restoration of governmental procedures. The reissue of Magna Carta in November 1216, modified to remove the most objectionable clauses while retaining core protections against royal abuse, demonstrated the new government's commitment to constitutional rule. The revised charter eliminated provisions for baronial oversight of royal actions, while maintaining fundamental legal protections and limitations on arbitrary taxation. Archaeological evidence from scriptoria at St Albans and other monastic centres reveals the rapid production of copies for distribution throughout England, with evidence of standardised parchment preparation and scribal techniques that ensured accurate transmission of the constitutional text. The Siege of Lincoln in May 1217 marked the turning point in the Civil War, with Marshall's victory over the combined forces of rebellious barons and French troops effectively ending organised resistance to Henry's rule. The battle demonstrated Marshall's continued military effectiveness despite his advanced age, with tactical innovations that exploited the urban terrain to neutralise French cavalry advantages. Archaeological investigation of Lincoln's medieval defences reveals evidence of the siege operations, including temporary fortifications erected by both attackers and defenders, along with scattered weapons and equipment that confirm contemporary accounts of fierce fighting in the city's narrow streets. The naval battle of Sandwich in August 1217 eliminated the French threat by destroying the supply fleet that sustained Prince Louis's forces in England. Hubert de Burgh's command of the English fleet demonstrated the maritime capabilities that had developed during the Angevin period, with specialised warships equipped for ramming and boarding actions against enemy vessels. Archaeological investigation of the medieval harbours reveals the infrastructure necessary for maintaining naval forces, including shipyards, rope walks, and storage facilities for the naval stores that supported extended maritime operations. The Treaty of Lambeth in September 1217 formally ended French intervention in English affairs while establishing precedents for diplomatic negotiation that would influence future conflict resolution. Louis's renunciation of his claim to the English throne in exchange for financial compensation and safe passage for his supporters demonstrated the pragmatic approach that characterised Marshall's regency. Archaeological evidence from Lambeth Palace reveals the ecclesiastical setting where these negotiations took place, with great halls and residential buildings that provided appropriate accommodation for the diplomatic meetings that resolved the constitutional crisis. The minority government's administrative innovations established foundations for royal authority that would persist throughout Henry's long reign. The development of specialised departments for different aspects of governmental administration created institutional continuity that operated independently of individual personalities or political circumstances. Archaeological evidence from Westminster reveals the construction of new administrative buildings designed to accommodate the expanded bureaucracy, with specialised chambers for record-keeping, financial administration, and judicial proceedings that reflected the growing sophistication of royal government. The gradual restoration of royal castles damaged during the Civil War demonstrated the systematic approach that characterised the minority government's policies. Sites like Rochester, Corfe, and Dover received substantial investment in defensive improvements and residential accommodation that restored their effectiveness as centres of royal authority. Archaeological excavations reveal evidence of the construction techniques employed during this restoration programme, with improved masonry work and innovative architectural features that incorporated lessons learned from recent siege warfare. Henry's assumption of personal rule in 1227 marked the beginning of a new phase in English royal government, though the young king's inexperience and reliance on foreign advisers created tensions with English barons, who had expected greater influence in governmental affairs. The dismissal of Hubert de Burgh in 1232 eliminated the last connection to the successful minority government, while opening positions of authority to Poitevin and Provençal favourites who lacked understanding of English political traditions. Archaeological evidence from royal residences shows extensive modifications undertaken to accommodate these foreign courtiers, with new residential buildings and ceremonial spaces that reflected continental architectural preferences. The king's marriage to Eleanor of Provence in 1236 strengthened continental connections, while introducing additional foreign influences that complicated English political relationships. Eleanor's relatives, particularly her uncles Peter of Aigueblanche and Boniface of Savoy, received substantial English benefices and governmental positions that generated resentment among English nobles excluded from royal favour. Archaeological evidence from episcopal palaces reveals the substantial building programmes undertaken by these foreign ecclesiastics, with construction projects that demonstrated their wealth and political influence, while highlighting the resources diverted from traditional English recipients of royal patronage. The failed expedition to Poitou in 1242 represented Henry's most serious attempt to recover the continental territories lost by his father, but military incompetence and inadequate financial resources doomed the campaign to failure. The king's inability to coordinate effectively with local allies or adapt to changed military conditions in France demonstrated the limitations of English military capabilities after decades of civil war and administrative neglect. Archaeological evidence from French castle sites reveals the sophisticated defensive works that English forces encountered, with concentric fortifications and innovative architectural features that reflected advances in military engineering during the intervening decades. The financial crisis that followed the Poitevin expedition's failure created unprecedented tensions between the crown and its subjects over taxation and governmental expenditure. Henry's requests for extraordinary taxation to fund further continental adventures met increasing resistance from barons who questioned both the campaign's feasibility and their benefit to English interests. Archaeological evidence from shire towns reveals the administrative infrastructure necessary for tax collection, with specialised buildings and record-keeping systems that documented the growing burden placed on English resources to fund royal ambitions. The Sicilian affair, beginning in 1254 when Henry accepted papal offers of the Sicilian crown for his second son Edmund, created financial obligations that exceeded the kingdom's resources while generating opposition to papal taxation. The Pope's demands for substantial payments to support military campaigns against the Hohenstaufen dynasty in southern Italy conflicted with English political traditions that required consent for extraordinary taxation. Archaeological evidence from ecclesiastical sites reveals the impact of papal taxation on English religious institutions, with evidence of financial strain and reduced building activity that reflected the diversion of resources to support papal political objectives. Simon de Montfort's emergence as leader of baronial opposition to Henry's policies reflected both personal grievances and broader constitutional concerns about royal authority and governmental accountability. His marriage to the king's sister Eleanor in 1238 had initially brought him into the royal circle, but subsequent disputes over financial arrangements and political influence transformed him into a critic of royal policies. Archaeological evidence from his estates at Kenilworth reveals the substantial castle complex that provided the military base for his political activities, with innovative defensive features and residential accommodation that reflected his status as one of England's most powerful magnates. The provisions of Oxford in 1258 represented the most systematic attempt to reform royal government since Magna Carta, establishing baronial oversight of royal administration while addressing specific grievances about taxation, foreign influences, and judicial procedures. The document's detailed provisions for governmental reform reflected careful planning by baronial leaders who possessed both theoretical understanding of constitutional principles and practical experience in administrative affairs. Archaeological evidence from Oxford reveals the university setting where these negotiations took place, with evidence of the intellectual ferment that contributed to constitutional innovation during this period. The establishment of the Council of 15 under the provisions created unprecedented limitations on royal authority, while providing mechanisms for baronial participation in governmental decision-making. The council's composition, including representatives of different baronial factions along with royal nominees, reflected attempts to balance competing interests while ensuring effective governmental operation. Archaeological evidence from council meeting sites reveals the formal settings where these constitutional innovations were implemented, with great halls and ceremonial chambers that provided appropriate venues for the elaborate procedures established by the provisions. The provisions of Westminster in 1259 extended constitutional reform to local government and judicial administration, addressing grievances about sheriff's conduct, court procedures, and the relationship between royal and local authority. These provisions reflected broader concerns about governmental accountability and the protection of individual rights that had developed during decades of administrative expansion and political conflict. Archaeological evidence from shire courts and local administrative centres reveals the impact of these reforms on governmental practice, with modifications to buildings and procedures that accommodated new oversight mechanisms and appeal processes. Henry's repudiation of the provisions in 1261, supported by papal absolution from his oath to observe constitutional limitations, initiated the political crisis that would culminate in civil war. The king's appeal to Louis IX of France for arbitration reflected his determination to restore full royal authority while avoiding the appearance of arbitrary action. Archaeological evidence from royal castles reveals extensive military preparations undertaken during this period, with improvements to defensive works and accumulation of military supplies that demonstrated both sides' recognition that constitutional conflict might require military resolution. The Mise of Amiens in January 1264, where Louis IX invalidated the provisions of Oxford while upholding royal authority, eliminated hopes for peaceful constitutional settlement and made armed conflict inevitable. The French king's decision reflected both his commitment to royal prerogatives and his concern about the precedent that successful baronial resistance might establish for his own kingdom. Archaeological evidence from sites along the Channel coast reveals military preparations undertaken by both sides, with fortification improvements and supply accumulations that demonstrated the scale of the impending conflict. The outbreak of the Second Barons' War in April 1264 represented a fundamental conflict between competing visions of English government, with royalists defending traditional royal prerogatives against baronial demands for constitutional limitations and governmental accountability. The war's initial phase saw rapid territorial divisions as local magnates chose sides based on personal relationships, regional interests, and ideological commitments to different constitutional principles. Archaeological evidence from castle sites reveals the hasty military preparations undertaken by both factions, with emergency fortification improvements and supply accumulations that reflected the conflict's unexpected intensity. The Battle of Lewes on May 14, 1264, ranks among the most significant engagements in English constitutional history, with Simon de Montfort's victory over royal forces creating unprecedented opportunities for implementing baronial governmental reforms. The battlefield's location on the South Downs provided tactical advantages that Montfort exploited through careful positioning and innovative use of terrain features to neutralise royal cavalry superiority. Archaeological investigation of the battlefield has revealed evidence of the fighting's intensity, with scattered weapons and equipment that confirm contemporary accounts of fierce combat between heavily armoured opponents. Henry III's capture during the battle transformed the political situation by placing the king under baronial control while maintaining the fiction of royal authority. Montfort's careful treatment of his royal prisoner reflected both practical political considerations and genuine respect for monarchical dignity, even while implementing governmental reforms that fundamentally limited royal power. Archaeological evidence from sites where Henry was held reveals the comfortable accommodation provided for the captive king, with residential quarters and ceremonial spaces that maintained royal dignity while ensuring baronial oversight of royal actions. The Mise of Lewes, negotiated immediately after the battle, established the constitutional framework for baronial government while preserving monarchical institutions under new oversight arrangements. The agreement's provisions for foreign arbitration of remaining disputes reflected Montfort's recognition that sustainable constitutional settlement required international legitimacy and acceptance by other European rulers. Archaeological evidence from the negotiation sites reveals the formal settings where these crucial constitutional arrangements were established, with great halls and ceremonial chambers that provided appropriate venues for such momentous political agreements. The establishment of baronial government under Montfort's leadership created unprecedented experiments in constitutional rule that would influence English political development for centuries. The systematic reform of royal administration, judicial procedures, and financial management demonstrated practical alternatives to traditional royal government while maintaining effective governmental operation. Archaeological evidence from Westminster reveals modifications to governmental buildings that accommodated new administrative procedures, with expanded facilities for record-keeping and consultation that reflected the more complex decision-making processes established under baronial rule. The summoning of the 1265 Parliament represented the most innovative constitutional development of Montfort's government, extending political participation beyond the traditional baronial and ecclesiastical elite to include representatives from shires and boroughs. This expansion of parliamentary representation reflected both practical needs for broader political support and theoretical commitments to more inclusive governmental participation. Archaeological evidence from Westminster Hall reveals modifications undertaken to accommodate the enlarged assembly, with additional seating arrangements and procedural innovations that facilitated participation by representatives unfamiliar with traditional parliamentary customs. The inclusion of burgesses and knights of the shire in Parliament created precedents for representative government that would fundamentally alter English political development. These representatives brought local perspectives and practical experience that enrich parliamentary deliberations while providing mechanisms for communicating governmental policies to local communities. Archaeological evidence from borough centres reveals the administrative infrastructure that supported this representative system, with meeting halls and record-keeping facilities that enabled local communities to select representatives and communicate their concerns to central government. Edward's escape from baronial custody in May 1265 initiated the final phase of the Civil War, with the future king's military reputation and political connections enabling rapid mobilisation of royalist forces. His alliance with Gilbert de Clare, Earl of Gloucester, reflected the fragmentation of baronial unity that had developed as Montfort's government faced practical challenges of governing while maintaining military control. Archaeological evidence from sites like Ludlow reveals the castle complexes that provided secure bases for royalist military operations, with defensive improvements and supply accumulations that supported extended campaigning against baronial forces. The Battle of Evesham on August 4, 1265, eliminated organised baronial resistance through Montfort's death and the destruction of his military forces. Edward's tactical innovations, including the use of Welsh infantry and coordinated cavalry charges, demonstrated military capabilities that would later prove decisive in his continental and Celtic campaigns. Archaeological investigation of the battlefield has revealed evidence of the fighting's intensity, with mass burial sites and scattered equipment that confirm contemporary accounts of the battle's devastating impact on baronial military power. The systematic punishment of Montfort's supporters through the dictum of Kenilworth created unprecedented opportunities for royal land redistribution, while generating lasting resentment among dispossessed families. The terms offered for recovering confiscated estates, requiring payments of multiple years' income, reflected both the Crown's financial needs and its determination to prevent future rebellions through economic penalties. Archaeological evidence from formerly baronial estates reveals the impact of these confiscations, with evidence of administrative changes and new construction projects that reflected their transfer to royal supporters. The gradual reconciliation process that followed Evesham demonstrated Henry's recognition that sustainable peace required accommodation with former opponents rather than permanent exclusion from political participation. The restoration of some confiscated estates and the integration of former rebels into royal service reflected pragmatic political calculation rather than magnanimous forgiveness. Archaeological evidence from sites like Kenilworth reveals the extensive modifications undertaken to transform Montfort's former stronghold into a royal residence, with new construction that symbolised the restoration of royal authority, while incorporating defensive innovations developed during the Civil War. Edward's assumption of increasing governmental responsibility during the 1260s reflected both his father's advancing age and recognition of the heir's superior political and military capabilities. The prince's leadership in Welsh campaigns and his role in negotiating the Treaty of Montgomery in 1267 demonstrated diplomatic skills that complemented his established military reputation. Archaeological evidence from border castles reveals the defensive improvements undertaken during this period, with new construction techniques and architectural innovations that reflected lessons learned from recent conflicts. The crusading expedition of 1270 to 1272 represented Edward's commitment to international Christian objectives while providing opportunities for military experience and diplomatic contact with European rulers. The prince's participation in Louis IX's final crusade to Tunis, followed by his independent campaign in the Holy Land, established his reputation as a formidable military commander while creating international connections that would prove valuable during his subsequent reign. Archaeological evidence from Crusader sites reveals the military technology and tactical innovations that Edward encountered during these campaigns, with fortification techniques and siege equipment that would influence his later castle-building programs. Henry III's death on November 16, 1272, while Edward was returning from crusade, created a smooth succession that contrasted sharply with previous dynastic transitions. The kingdom's peaceful acceptance of Edward's authority, despite his absence, demonstrated the stability achieved through decades of constitutional development and administrative reform. Archaeological evidence from Westminster Abbey reveals the elaborate tomb constructed for Henry, with architectural features and sculptural programs that celebrated royal authority while acknowledging the constitutional limitations that had defined his reign. Edward VII's coronation on August 19, 1274, marked the beginning of a reign that would fundamentally transform English royal authority through military conquest, legal innovation, and administrative reform. The new king brought to the throne military experience gained through civil war and crusading, along with political skills developed through years of governmental participation under his father's oversight. Archaeological evidence from Westminster reveals the elaborate ceremonial arrangements for Edward's coronation, with modifications to the Abbey and Palace that reflected the enhanced royal dignity that would characterise his reign. The Statute of Westminster I in 1275 initiated Edward's systematic legal reforms, addressing procedural issues and substantive law that had generated complaints during previous decades. The statute's provisions regarding criminal procedure, property rights, and judicial administration reflected careful analysis of legal problems and practical solutions developed through extensive consultation with legal experts and political leaders. Archaeological evidence from courts and administrative centres reveals the impact of these legal reforms on governmental practice, with new procedures and record-keeping systems that improve judicial efficiency while protecting individual rights. Edward's Welsh campaigns, beginning in 1276, represented the most systematic attempt at Celtic conquest since the Norman period, combining military innovation with administrative planning that aimed at permanent territorial incorporation rather than temporary submission. The king's strategy of coordinated advances from multiple bases, supported by naval operations and systematic castle construction, demonstrated military capabilities that exceeded those of previous English campaigns in Wales. Archaeological evidence from sites like Flint and Rhuddlan reveals the castle-building program that accompanied military conquest, with innovative defensive features and residential accommodation that provided secure bases for English administration in conquered territories. The conquest of Gwynedd in 1282 to 1283 eliminated the last independent Welsh principality, while establishing English administrative control over territories that had maintained autonomy since the Roman period. Llewellyn ap Gruffudd's death in December 1282 removed the focus for Welsh resistance, while his brother Dafydd's capture and execution in 1283 demonstrated Edward's determination to eliminate potential centres of future rebellion. Archaeological evidence from sites like Caernarfon and Conwy reveals the massive castle construction programme that secured English control, with architectural features that combined military effectiveness with symbolic assertions of royal authority. The Statute of Wales in 1284 established the legal and administrative framework for governing conquered Welsh territories, introducing English legal procedures while acknowledging some local customs and traditional practices. The statute's provisions for shire organisation, judicial administration and tax collection created governmental structures that integrated Welsh territories into the English administrative system. Archaeological evidence from newly established administrative centres reveals the rapid development of governmental infrastructure, with courts, prisons and record-keeping facilities that supported English rule in formerly independent territories. The construction of Edward's Welsh castles represented the most ambitious military engineering project undertaken in medieval Britain, creating a network of fortifications that controlled strategic locations while demonstrating royal power through architectural magnificence. Sites like Caernarfon, Harlech and Beaumaris incorporated the latest developments in military architecture, with concentric defences, innovative gate arrangements and residential accommodation that reflected both functional requirements and symbolic purposes. Archaeological investigation of these sites reveals the sophisticated construction techniques employed, with evidence of the specialised craftsmen and enormous resources required for such ambitious building programmes. The expulsion of the Jews in 1290 represented one of Edward's most controversial policies, eliminating a community that had provided crucial financial services to previous kings while generating popular support through appeals to religious prejudice. The expulsion order affected approximately 16,000 individuals who were forced to abandon property and businesses while seeking refuge in continental European communities. Archaeological evidence from former Jewish quarters in cities like London and York reveals the substantial commercial and residential developments that were abandoned, with evidence of hasty departure and the systematic confiscation of property that accompanied the expulsion. The Model Parliament of 1295 established the constitutional framework for representative government that would persist throughout the medieval period and beyond. Edward's summons to lords, clergy and elected representatives from shires and boroughs created a comprehensive assembly that could provide both political support and financial resources for royal policies. Archaeological evidence from Westminster Hall reveals modifications undertaken to accommodate this expanded assembly, with seating arrangements and procedural innovations that facilitated participation by representatives from throughout the kingdom. The development of parliamentary taxation during Edward's reign created systematic mechanisms for royal revenue that required consent from representatives of the political community. The principle that extraordinary taxation required parliamentary approval established constitutional limitations on royal financial independence while providing predictable revenue sources for governmental operations. Archaeological evidence from tax collection centres reveals the administrative infrastructure necessary for implementing parliamentary grants, with specialised buildings and record-keeping systems that documented the complex procedures involved in national taxation. The Scottish succession crisis that erupted following Alexander III's death in 1286 created opportunities for English intervention that would dominate the remainder of Edward's reign. The competing claims of John Balliol and Robert Bruce reflected the complex inheritance arrangements that governed medieval royal succession, while the involvement of other claimants complicated efforts to achieve peaceful resolution. Archaeological evidence from Scottish royal centres reveals the political instability that followed Alexander's death, with evidence of defensive preparations and administrative disruption that reflected uncertainty about future governmental arrangements. Edward's role as arbitrator in the Scottish succession dispute reflected both his established reputation for legal expertise and his strategic interest in extending English influence over Scottish affairs. The king's insistence on recognition as overlord of Scotland before proceeding with arbitration demonstrated his determination to establish legal precedents for future English intervention in Scottish politics. Archaeological evidence from sites like Norham Castle reveals the formal settings where these crucial negotiations took place, with great halls and ceremonial chambers that provided appropriate venues for such momentous political decisions. The installation of John Balliol as King of Scotland in 1292 created a client relationship that Edward expected would provide English control over Scottish affairs without the expense and difficulty of direct conquest. Balliol's homage to Edward and his acceptance of English overlordship established legal frameworks that the English king would invoke to justify subsequent interventions in Scottish politics. Archaeological evidence from Scottish administrative centres reveals the continued operation of governmental institutions under Balliol, though with increasing English oversight and intervention in judicial and administrative matters. The outbreak of war with France in 1294 over disputed territories in Gascony created financial and military pressures that strained English resources while providing opportunities for Scottish resistance to English overlordship. The Franco-Scottish alliance that emerged from these circumstances would fundamentally alter the strategic balance in northern Britain, transforming what had appeared to be successful English hegemony into a prolonged struggle for control that would consume enormous resources and generate unprecedented military innovations. Edward's death at Berg by Sands on July 7th, 1307, while leading another expedition against Scottish rebels, mark the end of an era of aggressive English expansion and the beginning of a period characterised by military failure, political crisis, and social transformation that would reshape medieval England. Edward II's accession brought to the throne a king whose personality and priorities differed dramatically from his formidable father. The 23-year-old monarch possessed neither the military experience nor the political acumen that had characterised Edward I's leadership, instead displaying interests in crafts, rowing and other activities that contemporary nobles considered inappropriate for royal dignity. Archaeological evidence from royal residences reveals modifications undertaken during Edward II's early reign, with workshops and recreational facilities that reflected the new king's unconventional interests, while generating criticism from nobles who expected more traditional royal behaviour. The relationship between Edward II and Piers Gaveston dominated the early years of the reign, creating political tensions that would ultimately contribute to royal downfall. Gaveston, a Gascon knight who had been Edward's companion since childhood, received unprecedented honours and wealth that generated resentment among English nobles who felt excluded from royal favour. Archaeological excavations at Gaveston's estates reveal substantial building programs funded by royal grants, with elaborate residential complexes and defensive works that demonstrated his extraordinary influence, while highlighting the resources diverted from traditional recipients of royal patronage. The ordinances of 1311 represented the barons' systematic attempt to control royal authority through constitutional limitations that addressed both specific grievances about Gaveston's influence and broader concerns about governmental accountability. The document's 41 clauses established baronial oversight of royal appointments, financial administration, and foreign policy, while explicitly requiring Gaveston's permanent exile. Archaeological evidence from sites where the ordinances were negotiated reveals the formal settings where these constitutional confrontations occurred, with great halls and ceremonial chambers that provided appropriate venues for the elaborate procedures that accompanied medieval political crisis. Gaveston's return from exile in 1312 precipitated the crisis that led to his capture and execution by a coalition of earls led by Thomas of Lancaster. The favourite's death at Blacklow Hill on June 19, 1312, eliminated the immediate source of baronial grievances while creating lasting hostility between the king and his nobles that would poison political relationships throughout the reign. Archaeological investigation of the execution site has revealed evidence of the temporary structures erected for this judicial murder, with post holes and disturbed ground that confirm contemporary accounts of the elaborate ceremonial that accompanied Gaveston's death. The king's grief over Gaveston's death and his determination to punish those responsible created a cycle of revenge and counter-revenge that destabilised English politics for the remainder of the reign. Edward's systematic exclusion of Gaveston's killers from royal favour, combined with his elevation of new favourites like Hugh Despenser the Younger, demonstrated his inability to learn from previous mistakes while generating new sources of political conflict. Archaeological evidence from royal castles reveals extensive modifications undertaken to provide secure accommodation for the king's new favourites, with defensive improvements and residential quarters that reflected ongoing fears of baronial violence. The Scottish campaigns that resumed under Edward II revealed the military incompetence that would characterise his reign, with poorly planned expeditions that achieved little while consuming enormous resources. The campaign of 1314, intended to relieve the siege of Stirling Castle, demonstrated the tactical inflexibility that contrasted sharply with his father's innovative military leadership. Archaeological evidence from military supply bases reveals the substantial logistical preparations undertaken for these campaigns, with accumulated weapons, provisions, and equipment that represented enormous investments in military operations that consistently failed to achieve their objectives. The Battle of Bannockburn on June 23, 24, 1314 ranks among the most decisive defeats in English military history, with Robert Bruce's tactical innovations neutralising English advantages in heavy cavalry and archery through careful terrain selection and innovative use of schiltrons. The battlefield's location near Stirling provided the Scottish forces with defensive advantages that Bruce exploited through disciplined infantry formations capable of withstanding cavalry charges while maintaining offensive capabilities. Archaeological investigation of the battlefield area has revealed evidence of the extensive preparations undertaken by both armies, with temporary fortifications, supply dumps, and evidence of the systematic planning that characterised Bruce's defensive strategy. The English army that assembled for the Bannockburn campaign represented one of the largest military forces mobilised during the medieval period, with contemporary sources estimating over 20,000 troops, including heavy cavalry, infantry, and specialised units like Welsh archers and Irish kerns. The force's composition reflected the military resources available to English kings, with feudal levies supplemented by paid professionals and allied contingents that demonstrated the international character of medieval warfare. Archaeological evidence from assembly points reveals the logistical infrastructure necessary for coordinating such large forces, with temporary structures and supply facilities that supported extended military operations. The battle's first day saw preliminary skirmishing that established the tactical patterns which would determine the engagement's outcome. Robert Bruce's personal combat with Henry de Bohun, where the Scottish king killed the English knight with a single axe blow, provided both sides with symbolic confirmation of their leader's martial capabilities while demonstrating the personal nature of medieval military leadership. Archaeological evidence from the battlefield includes scattered weapons and equipment that confirm the intensity of these preliminary encounters, with iron spear points and sword fragments that provide physical testimony to the fierce fighting described in contemporary chronicles. The main engagement on June 24th witnessed the systematic destruction of English military power through Scottish tactical innovations that transformed defensive infantry formations into offensive weapons capable of breaking cavalry charges. The The Schiltrons advance across the battlefield, with their forest of spear points creating impenetrable barriers to mounted attack, demonstrated military capabilities that English commanders had failed to anticipate or counter. Archaeological investigation has revealed evidence of the mass casualties that resulted from this tactical revolution, with burial sites containing hundreds of individuals whose injuries confirm contemporary accounts of devastating Scottish victory. Edward II's flight from the battlefield, abandoning his army and the royal seal, while seeking refuge at Dunbar Castle, symbolised the military incompetence that would characterise his reign. The king's inability to maintain command during crisis situations contrasted sharply with his father's reputation for personal courage and tactical innovation. Archaeological evidence from Dunbar reveals the hasty defensive preparations undertaken to accommodate the fleeing English court, with emergency fortifications and expanded residential quarters that provided secure refuge while the extent of the military disaster became apparent. The aftermath of Bannockburn established Scottish independence as a practical reality, while eliminating English claims to overlordship that had provided justification for decades of military intervention. Robert Bruce's systematic campaign to reduce English-held castles in Scotland demonstrated the strategic capabilities that complemented his tactical innovations, with coordinated sieges that eliminated the fortress network that had sustained English control. Archaeological evidence from sites like Edinburgh and Roxburgh reveals the sophisticated siege techniques employed by Scottish forces, with evidence of systematic destruction and innovative assault methods that overcame formidable defensive positions. The development of Scottish military capabilities during this period reflected both tactical innovation and technological adaptation that transformed medieval warfare. The effective use of massed infantry formations armed with long spears created alternatives to the heavy cavalry that had dominated European battlefields since the 11th century. Archaeological evidence from weapon production centres reveals the systematic manufacture of standardised spear points and other infantry equipment that supported these tactical innovations, with evidence of specialised smithing techniques and quality control that ensured battlefield effectiveness. The rise of Hugh Despenser the Younger as Edward's new favourite created political tensions that paralleled earlier conflicts over Gaveston's influence. Despenser's systematic acquisition of lands in Wales and the Welsh Marches generated opposition from established magnates who saw their own territorial interests threatened by royal favouritism. Archaeological evidence from Despenser's acquisitions reveals extensive building programmes that demonstrated his enormous wealth and political influence, with castle improvements and residential construction that rivaled royal projects in their scale and magnificence. The Despenser War of 1321 to 1322 represented the culmination of baronial opposition to royal favouritism, with Thomas of Lancaster leading a coalition that demanded the favourite's exile and the restoration of constitutional government according to the ordinances. The conflict's intensity reflected the accumulated grievances of 2 decades of political mismanagement, with both sides recognising that compromise had become impossible. Archaeological evidence from sites like Leeds Castle reveals the military preparations undertaken by both factions, with hasty fortification improvements and supply accumulations that demonstrated the conflict's seriousness. The Battle of Boroughbridge on March 16, 1322, eliminated organised baronial resistance through Edward's tactical victory over Lancaster's forces. The engagement demonstrated that the king could achieve a military success when facing domestic opponents, even if his campaigns against foreign enemies consistently failed. Archaeological investigation of the battlefield has revealed evidence of the fighting's intensity, with scattered weapons and human remains that confirm contemporary accounts of fierce combat between heavily armoured opponents fighting for fundamentally different visions of English government. Thomas of Lancaster's execution following his capture at Boroughbridge eliminated the most persistent critic of royal policies while creating a martyr whose cult would inspire future opposition to Edward's rule. The Earl's death at Pontefract Castle on March 22nd, 1322, was accompanied by popular demonstrations of support that revealed the extent of anti-royal sentiment among ordinary subjects. Archaeological evidence from Pontefract reveals modifications undertaken to accommodate Lancaster's imprisonment and execution, with specialised facilities that reflected the political significance of his captivity and death. The Statute of York in 1322 formally revoked the ordinances while asserting royal authority to govern according to traditional prerogatives rather than constitutional limitations imposed by baronial opposition. The statute's language emphasised royal independence from baronial oversight, while maintaining theoretical respect for consultation and consent in governmental decision-making. Archaeological evidence from York reveals the formal settings where this constitutional reversal was proclaimed, with ceremonial chambers and administrative facilities that provided appropriate venues for such momentous political declarations. The period of Despencer ascendancy from 1322 to 1326 witnessed systematic exploitation of royal authority for personal enrichment that generated unprecedented levels of popular opposition to the regime. Hugh Despencer the Younger's accumulation of lands, offices and judicial powers created a parallel governmental structure that bypassed traditional administrative procedures while enriching the favourite and his associates. Archaeological evidence from Despencer properties reveals the massive building programs funded through these corrupt practices, with elaborate residential complexes and defensive works that demonstrated the enormous wealth extracted from royal resources. The judicial proceedings that followed Boroughbridge revealed the extent to which royal authority had been corrupted by favouritism and personal vengeance. The systematic confiscation of estates belonging to Lancaster's supporters, often based on questionable legal procedures, created a climate of fear among the nobility while enriching royal favourites through redistributed properties. Archaeological evidence from confiscated estates reveals the rapid changes in ownership and management that accompanied these political purges, with new construction projects and administrative modifications that reflected their transfer to royal supporters. Isabella of France's growing alienation from her husband reflected both personal grievances about his relationship with Hugh Despencer and political concerns about the regime's impact on Anglo-French relations. The Queen's position as sister to the French king provided her with international connections that would prove crucial in organising opposition to Edward's rule. Archaeological evidence from royal residences reveals the increasing separation between royal couple with separate residential quarters and reduced ceremonial interaction that reflected the breakdown of their political and personal relationship. The war with France that erupted in 1324 over disputed territories in Gascony created military and financial pressures that revealed the regime's fundamental weaknesses. Edward's inability to organise effective military resistance to French expansion, combined with the enormous costs of continental warfare, generated criticism of royal policies while providing opportunities for domestic opponents to organise resistance. Archaeological evidence from English positions in Gascony reveals the hasty defensive preparations undertaken to resist French attack, with emergency fortifications and supply accumulations that proved inadequate against sustained military pressure. Isabella's mission to Paris in 1325 to negotiate peace with her brother Charles IV provided the Queen with opportunities to organise opposition to her husband's regime, while maintaining the fiction of diplomatic service. Her refusal to return to England unless the Despensers were removed from power demonstrated the extent to which royal favouritism had alienated even the king's closest family members. Archaeological evidence from French royal residences reveals the substantial accommodation provided for Isabella's extended stay, with residential quarters and ceremonial facilities that supported her political activities while she organised invasion plans. The alliance between Isabella and Roger Mortimer created the military leadership necessary for effective opposition to Edward's regime. Mortimer's escape from the Tower of London in August 1323 had demonstrated both his resourcefulness and his commitment to overthrowing the dispenser regime. Archaeological evidence from the tower reveals the sophisticated security measures that Mortimer overcame during his escape, with evidence of the rope and climbing equipment used to descend the fortress walls while guards were distracted by accomplices. The invasion force that assembled in the Low Countries during 1326 represented a coalition of English exiles, foreign mercenaries, and international supporters who shared common interests in overthrowing Edward's regime. The expedition's financing through loans from continental bankers demonstrated the international character of medieval political opposition, with financial networks that transcended national boundaries. Archaeological evidence from embarkation ports reveals the logistical preparations necessary for amphibious operations, with specialized vessels and equipment designed for rapid deployment of troops and supplies on hostile shores. The landing at Orwell on September 24, 1326, met no organized resistance as Edward's regime collapsed with unprecedented rapidity. The invasion force's rapid advance toward London demonstrated the extent of popular opposition to the dispenser regime, with local populations providing support and intelligence that facilitated military operations. Archaeological evidence from sites along the invasion route reveals the enthusiastic reception provided to Isabella's forces, with evidence of celebrations and supply contributions that contrasted sharply with the resistance that might have been expected during foreign invasion. Hugh Despenser the Elder's capture at Bristol on October 26, 1326, followed by his immediate execution, eliminated one source of popular hatred while demonstrating the invaders' determination to punish those responsible for the regime's abuses. The favourite's death by hanging, drawing and quartering reflected both legal traditions regarding treason and popular demands for vengeance against those who had exploited royal authority. Archaeological evidence from Bristol reveals the substantial crowd that gathered to witness the execution, with temporary structures erected to accommodate the thousands of spectators who celebrated the favourite's death. Edward II's flight towards Wales with Hugh Despenser the Younger represented a desperate attempt to organise resistance from the traditional stronghold of royal authority in the western regions. The king's inability to rally support even in areas that had previously demonstrated loyalty revealed the extent to which his regime had lost popular confidence. Archaeological evidence from sites like Caerphilly Castle reveals the hasty preparations undertaken to provide refuge for the fleeing court, with emergency supply accumulations and defensive improvements that proved inadequate against the systematic pursuit organised by Isabella's forces. The capture of Edward and Hugh Despenser at Nethaby on November 16, 1326, eliminated the last hope of organised resistance to the invasion, while providing Isabella with the royal persons necessary for legitimate governmental transition. Despenser's execution at Hereford on November the 24th, accompanied by elaborate tortures that reflected popular hatred for his role in the regime's abuses, demonstrated the vengeful character that marked the regime's overthrow. Archaeological evidence from Hereford reveals the substantial crowd that assembled to witness Despenser's death, with temporary structures and crowd control measures that accommodated the thousands of spectators who celebrated the favourite's destruction. Edward II's deposition by Parliament in January 1327 established precedents for royal removal that would influence English constitutional development for centuries. The proceedings' careful attention to legal forms, combined with the systematic presentation of charges against the deposed king, created frameworks for legitimate resistance to royal tyranny while maintaining theoretical respect for monarchical institutions. Archaeological evidence from Westminster Hall reveals modifications undertaken to accommodate the enlarged assembly that participated in these unprecedented constitutional proceedings, with expanded seating and ceremonial arrangements that provided appropriate settings for such momentous political decisions. The installation of 14-year-old Edward III under Isabella and Mortimer's regency created governmental structures that maintained the fiction of legitimate royal authority while ensuring continued control by those who had organised the successful invasion. The young king's coronation at Westminster Abbey on February 1, 1327, combined traditional ceremonial elements with innovations that reflected the unusual circumstances of his accession. Archaeological evidence from Westminster reveals the elaborate preparations undertaken for this coronation, with temporary structures and ceremonial arrangements that demonstrated the new regime's determination to establish legitimacy through traditional royal rituals. Edward II's murder at Berkeley Castle on September 21, 1327, eliminated the potential focus for loyalist resistance while generating lasting controversy about the methods employed to ensure the deposed king's death. Contemporary accounts describe the elaborate precautions taken to avoid leaving physical evidence of violence, with the famous red-hot poker providing a method of execution that would leave no external marks. Archaeological investigation of Berkeley Castle has failed to confirm specific details of Edward's death, though the fortress's substantial defensive works and secure accommodation demonstrate its suitability for holding such an important prisoner. The Regency government's Scottish policies represented a dramatic reversal of previous English objectives, with the Treaty of Edinburgh-Northampton in 1328 recognising Scottish independence and renouncing English claims to overlordship. This diplomatic revolution reflected both military realities established at Bannockburn and the new regime's need to concentrate resources on domestic consolidation rather than expensive foreign adventures. Archaeological evidence from border fortifications reveals the systematic abandonment of defensive positions that had sustained English claims to Scottish territories, with castles left to decay as symbols of failed imperial ambitions. The marriage of David Bruce to Joan of the Tower, Edward III's sister, symbolised the diplomatic accommodation that replaced decades of military confrontation between England and Scotland. The wedding ceremony at Berwick on July 17, 1328, combined traditional royal ceremonial with political symbolism that celebrated the restoration of peaceful relations between the two kingdoms. Archaeological evidence from Berwick reveals the substantial preparations undertaken for this diplomatic celebration, with temporary structures and ceremonial arrangements that accommodated the international audience assembled to witness this historic reconciliation. Edward III's assumption of personal rule in 1330 through the coup that eliminated Mortimer's regency marked the beginning of a new phase in English royal authority, characterised by military innovation and aggressive foreign policy. The 18-year-old king's capture of Mortimer at Nottingham Castle on October 19, 1330, demonstrated both personal courage and political acumen that would characterise his long reign. Archaeological evidence from Nottingham reveals the secret passages and defensive arrangements that Mortimer had relied upon for security, with hidden entrances and escape routes that proved inadequate against the young king's carefully planned operation. Mortimer's execution at Tyburn on November 29, 1330, eliminated the last remnant of the regime that had overthrown Edward II, while establishing the new king's authority through decisive action against those who had dominated his early years. The regency's end marked the restoration of traditional royal government, though Edward III would prove far more capable than his father in managing both domestic politics and foreign relations. Archaeological evidence from sites associated with Mortimer's rule reveals the rapid changes in administration and personnel that accompanied the young king's assertion of authority, with new appointments and policy reversals that demonstrated his determination to establish independent royal control. The resumption of aggressive Scottish policy under Edward III reflected both personal ambition and strategic calculation that English interests required elimination of Scottish independence. The king's support for Edward Balliol's claim to the Scottish throne provided legal justification for renewed military intervention, while promising territorial gains that would compensate for previous losses. Archaeological evidence from border regions reveals the military preparations undertaken for these renewed campaigns, with castle improvements and supply accumulations that demonstrated the systematic planning that would characterise Edward's military operations. The Battle of Halidon Hill on July 19th, 1333, demonstrated the tactical innovations that would make English armies dominant throughout the 14th century. Edward III's use of dismounted men-at-arms supported by massed archers created defensive formations capable of destroying traditional cavalry charges while maintaining offensive capabilities through coordinated infantry advances. Archaeological investigation of the battlefield has revealed evidence of the systematic deployment that characterized English tactical superiority, with carefully prepared positions and coordinated fields of fire that maximized the effectiveness of English archery while protecting friendly forces from enemy counterattacks. The development of the English longbow as a dominant battlefield weapon reflected both technological innovation and systematic training programs that created professional military capabilities unavailable to other European armies. The weapon's 6-foot length and 150-pound draw weight required specialised training from childhood, creating a military elite drawn primarily from English and Welsh rural populations. Archaeological evidence from weapon production centres reveals the sophisticated manufacturing techniques employed to create these weapons, with specialised wood selection and treatment processes that ensured battlefield effectiveness while maintaining production efficiency. The tactical revolution achieved through combined longbow and dismounted men-at-arms formations transformed European warfare by demonstrating that disciplined infantry could defeat traditional heavy cavalry through superior missile power and defensive coordination. The English system's effectiveness depended on careful terrain selection and coordinated deployment that maximised archery effectiveness while protecting friendly forces from cavalry charges. Archaeological evidence from training grounds reveals the systematic preparation that supported these tactical innovations, with practice ranges and equipment that demonstrate the professional military culture that sustained English battlefield superiority. Edward III's claim to the French throne through his mother Isabella created the legal justification for the military campaigns that would dominate his reign and transform European politics. The assertion that female inheritance could transmit royal rights, contrary to the Salic law that governed French succession, provided theoretical grounds for English intervention in French affairs while promising enormous territorial gains. Archaeological evidence from royal residences reveals the elaborate genealogical displays created to support these claims, with heraldic decorations and ceremonial arrangements that emphasised Edward's French royal ancestry while legitimising his military ambitions. The outbreak of the 100 Years' War in 1337 represented the culmination of decades of Anglo-French tension over territorial disputes, commercial rivalries, and dynastic claims that created multiple sources of conflict between the two kingdoms. Philip VI's confiscation of Gascony provided the immediate cause for hostilities, while Edward's assumption of the French royal title escalated the conflict into a fundamental struggle for continental supremacy. Archaeological evidence from military preparation sites reveals the enormous logistical efforts undertaken by both kingdoms, with weapon stockpiles, supply accumulations, and shipbuilding programs that demonstrated the unprecedented scale of the impending conflict. The naval victory at Sluys on June 24, 1340, established English control of the English Channel while demonstrating the tactical effectiveness of combining naval operations with land-based archery support. The engagement's outcome eliminated French naval threats to English communications while providing secure supply lines for continental operations. Archaeological investigation of the battle site has revealed evidence of the massive ship construction programs that preceded the engagement, with timber remains and specialized vessel designs that supported the complex amphibious operations characteristic of 14th century naval warfare. The victory's strategic implications extended far beyond immediate tactical success, establishing patterns of English maritime dominance that would persist throughout the medieval period, while providing secure foundations for the continental campaigns that would define Edward III's reign. The deposition of Richard II in September 1399 marked one of the most dramatic constitutional crises in medieval English history, with Henry Bolingbroke's usurpation establishing precedents for royal removal that would influence political development for centuries. Richard's return from his Irish expedition to find his kingdom in rebellion demonstrated the fragility of royal authority when confronted by systematic baronial opposition backed by popular support. Archaeological evidence from Conway Castle, where Richard was allegedly tricked into leaving sanctuary through false promises of safe conduct, reveals the fortress's strategic importance in controlling North Wales, while highlighting the king's desperate situation as his support evaporated across England. Henry IV's succession as the first Lancastrian king brought to the throne a usurper whose legitimacy rested on parliamentary approval rather than hereditary right, creating constitutional innovations that would fundamentally alter the relationship between crown and nobility. The new king's coronation at Westminster Abbey on October 13, 1399, combined traditional ceremonial elements with unprecedented emphasis on parliamentary sanction, reflecting the unusual circumstances of his elevation. Archaeological evidence from Westminster reveals modifications undertaken to accommodate the enlarged assembly that participated in Richard's deposition and Henry's installation, with temporary structures and seating arrangements that provided appropriate venues for these constitutional proceedings. The Percy Rebellion of 1403 represented the most serious threat to Henry's authority during his early reign, with the powerful northern family's defection creating military challenges that tested the new dynasty's survival capabilities. Henry Percy, known as Hotspur, commanded military forces and territorial resources that rivaled royal power, while his family's control of strategic border regions provided secure bases for rebellion against Lancastrian authority. Archaeological excavations at Alnwick Castle reveal the substantial defensive works and residential complexes that supported Percy power, with massive stone fortifications and administrative buildings that demonstrated their quasi-royal status in northern England. The Battle of Shrewsbury on July 21, 1403, eliminated organised Percy resistance through Henry's tactical victory over rebel forces led by Hotspur and his uncle Thomas Percy, Earl of Worcester. The engagement demonstrated the effectiveness of royal military organisation, while highlighting the personal nature of medieval political loyalty that could transform powerful supporters into dangerous enemies. Archaeological investigation of the battlefield has revealed evidence of the fighting's intensity, with mass burial sites containing hundreds of individuals whose injuries confirm contemporary accounts of fierce combat between heavily armoured opponents fighting with identical weapons and tactical training. Hotspur's death during the battle, reportedly killed by an arrow to the face while leading a cavalry charge against royal forces, eliminated the military leadership that had made Percy rebellion so dangerous while creating a martyr whose memory would inspire future opposition to Lancastrian rule. The rebel leader's reputation as one of England's finest knights made his death particularly significant, demonstrating that even the most accomplished warriors could fall victim to the democratic nature of battlefield violence. Archaeological evidence from the battle site includes scattered weapons and horse equipment that confirm the intensity of cavalry combat, with specialised lance points and sword fragments that reflect the high-quality military equipment employed by both sides. Owain Glyndwr's Welsh uprising, beginning in 1400 with his proclamation as Prince of Wales, created a sustained challenge to English authority that would persist throughout Henry's reign, while demonstrating the persistence of Celtic resistance to Anglo-Norman domination. Glyndwr's initial success in mobilising Welsh support reflected both personal charisma and systematic exploitation of grievances against English rule that had accumulated during decades of administrative oppression and cultural suppression. Archaeological evidence from sites like Sycharth, Glyndwr's principal residence, reveals the sophisticated domestic arrangements that supported Welsh aristocratic culture, with substantial timber halls and defensive works that provided centres for resistance organisation. The systematic nature of Welsh resistance under Glyndwr's leadership transformed sporadic raiding into coordinated military campaigns that captured major English strongholds while establishing alternative governmental structures throughout Wales. The rebels' capture of Conwy Castle in 1401 through infiltration during Good Friday celebrations demonstrated tactical innovation that complemented their strategic planning, while their subsequent siege of Caernarfon revealed military capabilities that exceeded traditional Welsh raiding activities. Archaeological evidence from captured castles shows the modifications undertaken by Welsh forces to adapt English fortifications for their own defensive needs, with blocked gates, new defensive positions, and supply storage areas that reflected systematic military planning. The alliance between Glyndwr and the Percy family created unprecedented coordination between English and Welsh opponents of Lancastrian rule, with the tripartite indenture of 1405 proposing to divide England between the three conspirators. This diplomatic agreement reflected sophisticated political planning that transcended traditional ethnic and regional divisions, creating a coalition based on shared opposition to Henry's usurpation, rather than narrow territorial interests. Archaeological evidence from sites where these negotiations occurred reveals the formal settings where such momentous political arrangements were established, with great halls and ceremonial chambers that provided appropriate venues for international diplomatic proceedings. The French alliance that Glyndwr negotiated in 1404 provided crucial military support that transformed Welsh rebellion from local uprising into international conflict involving major European powers. The landing of French forces at Milford Haven demonstrated the global implications of Henry's domestic political problems, with continental intervention threatening to establish permanent foreign presence in British affairs. Archaeological evidence from French landing sites reveals the substantial logistical preparations undertaken to support amphibious operations, with temporary fortifications and supply facilities that enabled sustained military operations far from home bases. The gradual collapse of Welsh resistance after 1408 reflected both military pressure from systematic English campaigns and the exhaustion of resources that had sustained rebellion for nearly a decade. Glyndwr's withdrawal to remote mountain strongholds marked the transition from organised resistance to guerrilla warfare that would characterise the rebellion's final phase. Archaeological evidence from abandoned Welsh settlements reveals the devastating impact of prolonged warfare on civilian populations, with burned buildings and scattered household goods that suggest hasty evacuation as military operations destroyed the economic foundations that had supported resistance. Henry V's succession in 1413 brought to the throne a king whose military ambitions and political capabilities would transform English royal authority while establishing the kingdom as Europe's dominant military power. The 26-year-old monarch possessed both the personal charisma and strategic vision that had been lacking during his father's troubled reign, while his experience suppressing Welsh rebellion had provided practical military training that would prove invaluable in continental campaigns. Archaeological evidence from royal residences reveals extensive modifications undertaken during Henry's early reign, with new construction projects and ceremonial arrangements that reflected the enhanced royal dignity that would characterise his kingship. The Southampton Plot of 1415 represented the last serious attempt to overthrow Lancastrian rule through domestic conspiracy, with Richard, Earl of Cambridge, and other nobles planning to assassinate Henry and install Edmund Mortimer as king. The conspiracy's discovery and the subsequent execution of its leaders eliminated potential sources of opposition, while demonstrating Henry's security arrangements and intelligence capabilities. Archaeological evidence from Southampton reveals the substantial royal complex where these conspirators were tried and executed, with formal courtrooms and execution facilities that provided appropriate settings for such high-profile judicial proceedings. Henry's renewal of the 100 Years' War in 1415 represented a calculated decision to exploit French political divisions while pursuing dynastic claims that promised enormous territorial gains and enhanced royal prestige. The French kingdom's weakness following Charles VI's mental illness and the civil war between Armagnac and Burgundian factions created unprecedented opportunities for English intervention in continental affairs. Archaeological evidence from military preparation sites reveals the systematic planning that preceded Henry's invasion, with weapon stockpiles, supply accumulations, and shipbuilding programs that demonstrated the unprecedented scale of English military preparations. The Siege of Harfleur from August 18th to September 22nd, 1415, demonstrated both the effectiveness of English siege techniques and the enormous costs of medieval warfare in terms of casualties and resources. The port's strategic importance as a base for further operations in Normandy made its capture essential for English campaign objectives, while its strong fortifications required innovative siege methods that pushed contemporary military technology to its limits. Archaeological excavations at Harfleur have revealed evidence of the extensive siege works constructed by English forces, with approach trenches, artillery positions, and temporary fortifications that enabled systematic reduction of the town's defences. The dysentery epidemic that devastated English forces during the Harfleur siege eliminated approximately one-third of the army while forcing fundamental changes to Henry's campaign strategy. The disease's impact on military operations demonstrated the biological realities of medieval warfare, where epidemic illness often proved more deadly than enemy action. Archaeological evidence from military camps reveals the sanitary arrangements that failed to prevent disease transmission, with inadequate waste disposal and water contamination that created ideal conditions for epidemic spread among densely concentrated military forces. The Battle of Agincourt on October 25, 1415, ranks among the most decisive victories in English military history, with Henry's tactical innovations neutralising French numerical superiority through superior deployment and coordination of combined arms formations. The battlefield's location between the woods of Tramcourt and Agincourt created natural boundaries that prevented French flanking manoeuvres while concentrating their attack along predictable routes that maximised English defensive advantages. Archaeological investigation of the battlefield has revealed evidence of the systematic preparation that characterised English tactical superiority, with carefully prepared positions and coordinated fields of fire that enabled a relatively small force to destroy a much larger enemy army. The English army that assembled for the Agincourt campaign represented the culmination of military innovations developed during decades of continental warfare, with professional soldiers equipped with standardized weapons and trained in coordinated tactics that maximize battlefield effectiveness. The force's composition included approximately 900 men-at-arms and 5,000 archers, creating the optimal ratio between heavy infantry and missile troops that had proven successful in previous engagements. Archaeological evidence from weapon production centres reveals the sophisticated manufacturing techniques employed to equip these forces with standardized arrow production, specialized armor construction, and quality control measures that ensured battlefield reliability. The French army that confronted Henry at Agincourt included many of the kingdom's most prominent nobles, with contemporary estimates suggesting over 25,000 troops organized according to traditional feudal principles that emphasized individual prowess rather than coordinated tactics. The force's composition reflected the social structure of medieval France, with heavily armoured cavalry forming the army's elite corps supported by infantry levies drawn from urban militias and rural populations. Archaeological evidence from French military sites reveals the elaborate equipment employed by these forces, with decorated armour, specialised weapons and heraldic displays that emphasise social status rather than battlefield functionality. The battle's initial phase witnessed systematic destruction of French cavalry through coordinated English archery that created impassable barriers of dead and wounded horses while disrupting enemy formations before they could engage in close combat. The longbow's effectiveness against heavily armoured opponents reflected both superior weapon design and systematic training that enabled English archers to maintain rapid, accurate fire under battlefield conditions. Archaeological evidence from the battle site includes thousands of arrowheads and weapon fragments that confirm the intensity of this missile exchange, with specialised bodkin points designed for armour penetration scattered across the area where French cavalry charges were stopped. The hand-to-hand combat that followed the archery phase demonstrated English tactical flexibility, with men-at-arms advancing from defensive positions to engage disordered French forces in close combat while maintaining formation discipline that prevented effective enemy counterattacks. Henry's personal leadership during this phase, fighting on foot among his men while wearing a distinctive crown that made him a target for enemy attacks, exemplified the personal courage that characterised medieval kingship while inspiring his troops to extraordinary efforts. Archaeological investigation has revealed evidence of the intense close combat that characterised this phase, with sword cuts on recovered bones and scattered armour fragments that confirm contemporary accounts of fierce fighting in muddy conditions that favoured English tactical advantages. The systematic execution of French prisoners during the battle's final phase reflected both military necessity and the brutal realities of medieval warfare when faced with overwhelming enemy numbers and the possibility of renewed attack. Henry's controversial order to kill captured nobles violated traditional chivalric customs, but demonstrated practical military judgment when confronted with tactical situations that threatened his army's survival. Archaeological evidence from mass burial sites reveals the scale of French casualties, with hundreds of individuals showing evidence of violent death that confirms contemporary estimates of devastating French losses. The Treaty of Troyes, signed on May 21, 1420, represented the pinnacle of English success in the 100 Years' War, with Henry's recognition as heir to the French throne and his marriage to Catherine of Valois creating the legal framework for permanent union between the two kingdoms. The agreement's provisions effectively disinherited the Dauphin Charles while establishing English control over northern France through a combination of military conquest and diplomatic negotiation. Archaeological evidence from Troy reveals the substantial urban complex where these negotiations occurred, with great halls and ceremonial chambers that provided appropriate settings for such momentous international agreements. Henry's marriage to Catherine of Valois on June 2, 1420, symbolised the diplomatic accommodation that accompanied military conquest, while providing the personal relationship necessary for implementing the Treaty of Troyes provisions. The wedding ceremony at Troyes Cathedral combined traditional royal ceremonial with political symbolism that celebrated the union of English and French royal houses. Archaeological evidence from the cathedral reveals the elaborate preparations undertaken for this international celebration, with temporary decorations and ceremonial arrangements that accommodated the European audience assembled to witness this historic alliance. The systematic English conquest of northern France following Troy demonstrated the administrative capabilities that complemented military success, with occupied territories receiving governmental structures that integrated French populations into English administrative systems. The establishment of English garrisons in captured towns, combined with the appointment of English officials to key administrative positions, created permanent occupation forces that sustained military control while extracting resources necessary for continued campaign operations. Archaeological evidence from occupied French towns reveals the modifications undertaken to accommodate English administration with new governmental buildings and defensive improvements that reflected the systematic nature of English territorial control. Henry V's death at Vincennes on August 31st, 1422, at age 35, eliminated the military leadership that had achieved unprecedented English success, while creating succession crisis that would ultimately doom the Lancastrian dynasty. The king's death from dysentery while campaigning in France demonstrated the biological hazards that threatened even the most successful medieval rulers, with epidemic disease proving more deadly than enemy action. Archaeological evidence from Vincennes reveals the substantial royal complex where Henry died, with residential quarters and administrative buildings that had served as the centre for English operations in occupied France. The minority of Henry VI, beginning with his accession at 9 months old, created governmental challenges that tested the stability of English political institutions while providing opportunities for French recovery from decades of military defeat. The establishment of a Regency Council under the Duke of Bedford's leadership maintained administrative continuity, though the absence of strong royal authority created factional divisions that would ultimately undermine Lancastrian rule. Archaeological evidence from Westminster reveals modifications undertaken to accommodate the infant king's court, with specialised residential quarters and security arrangements that protected the royal child while maintaining governmental operations. The Duke of Bedford's regency in France demonstrated exceptional military and administrative capabilities that sustained English territorial control despite growing French resistance and declining English resources. His systematic approach to governing occupied territories, combined with continued military pressure against French strongholds, maintained the conquest's momentum while adapting to changing strategic circumstances. Archaeological evidence from English administrative centres in France reveals the sophisticated governmental structures established to control conquered territories, with specialised buildings for tax collection, judicial proceedings, and military coordination that supported permanent occupation. The emergence of Joan of Arc in 1429 transformed French resistance from disorganised regional opposition into coordinated national movement that challenged fundamental assumptions about English military superiority and French political legitimacy. The peasant girl's claims of divine inspiration and her successful persuasion of the Dauphin to grant her military authority created unprecedented leadership that transcended traditional social hierarchies while mobilising popular support for French recovery. Archaeological evidence from sites associated with Joan's activities reveals the substantial popular support that enabled her rapid rise to prominence, with evidence of pilgrimage activity and religious devotion that demonstrated her impact on French popular consciousness. The Siege of Orleans from October 1428 to May 1429 represented the crucial test of English strategic objectives in France, with the city's location controlling access to southern French territories making its capture essential for completing territorial conquest. The siege's prolonged duration demonstrated both English determination and French resistance capabilities, with innovative siege techniques confronting equally sophisticated defensive methods. Archaeological excavations at Orleans have revealed evidence of the extensive siege works constructed by English forces, with approach trenches, artillery positions, and temporary fortifications that enabled systematic reduction of the city's defences while protecting attacking forces from defensive countermeasures. Joan of Arc's arrival at Orleans on April 29, 1429, transformed the siege's dynamics through her inspirational leadership and tactical innovations that exploited English weaknesses while coordinating French defensive efforts. Her successful organisation of sorties against English positions demonstrated military capabilities that complemented her spiritual authority, creating effective resistance that forced English withdrawal after months of systematic siege operations. Archaeological evidence from the siege site includes weapons and equipment abandoned during the English retreat, with specialised artillery pieces and siege equipment that confirm the scale of military investment that Joan's intervention rendered worthless. The coronation of Charles VII at Reims Cathedral on July 17, 1429, with Joan of Arc standing beside the newly crowned king, symbolised French recovery from decades of political division and military defeat while challenging English claims to French royal authority. The ceremony's location at the traditional site of French royal coronations emphasised legitimacy and continuity that contrasted sharply with English occupation of Paris and northern territories. Archaeological evidence from Reims reveals the substantial preparations undertaken for this coronation, with temporary structures and ceremonial arrangements that accommodated the national celebration that marked French political recovery. The capture and trial of Joan of Arc by English and Burgundian forces in 1430 to 1431 represented a systematic attempt to discredit French resistance through judicial proceedings that combined political necessity with religious persecution. Her trial at Rouen for heresy and witchcraft reflected English recognition that her spiritual authority posed threats that exceeded her military capabilities, requiring ideological counterattack that would neutralise her influence over French popular opinion. Archaeological evidence from Rouen reveals the formal settings where these proceedings occurred, with specialised courtrooms and prison facilities that provided appropriate venues for such high-profile judicial proceedings. Joan's execution by burning on May 30th, 1431, eliminated the inspirational leadership that had transformed French resistance while creating a martyr whose memory would continue inspiring opposition to English rule. The elaborate public ceremony that accompanied her death demonstrated English determination to discredit her spiritual claims while providing spectacular entertainment that would reinforce occupation authority. Archaeological investigation of the execution site has revealed evidence of the substantial crowd that gathered to witness Joan's death, with temporary structures and crowd control measures that accommodated the thousands of spectators who attended this dramatic conclusion to her remarkable career. The gradual loss of English territories in France following Joan's death reflected both declining English resources and recovering French military capabilities that systematically reduced the territorial gains achieved during Henry's campaigns. The fall of Paris to French forces in 1436 marked a crucial turning point that eliminated English control over the French capital, while demonstrating the occupation's fundamental instability. Archaeological evidence from abandoned English positions reveals the hasty evacuation that accompanied territorial losses, with scattered equipment and unfinished construction projects that confirm the rapid collapse of English authority in formerly secure areas. The growing political instability in England during the 1440s created domestic challenges that diverted resources from French campaigns, while generating factional conflicts that would ultimately destroy Lancastrian rule. Henry VI's mental illness, first manifesting in 1453, eliminated effective royal leadership while creating succession disputes that divided the nobility into competing factions. Archaeological evidence from royal residences reveals the declining maintenance and reduced ceremonial activity that reflected the monarchy's weakening authority, with unfinished construction projects and deteriorating facilities that symbolised political decay. The rise of Richard, Duke of York, as leader of opposition to Lancastrian rule reflected both personal ambition and genuine concerns about governmental incompetence that had led to military defeat and domestic disorder. York's superior claim to the throne through his descent from Edward III's second and fourth sons provided legal justification for challenging Henry VI's authority, while promising more effective royal leadership. Archaeological evidence from York's estates reveals the substantial military preparations undertaken during the 1450s, with weapon stockpiles and defensive improvements that demonstrated systematic planning for armed confrontation with Lancastrian forces. The First Battle of St Albans on May 22, 1455, initiated the Wars of the Roses through York's decisive victory over royal forces that eliminated key Lancastrian leaders, while demonstrating the military capabilities that would characterise this dynastic conflict. The engagement's brief duration and limited casualties contrasted sharply with the systematic destruction that would characterize later battles, reflecting the participants' initial hopes that limited violence might resolve political disputes without devastating civil war. Archaeological investigation of the battlefield has revealed evidence of the urban combat that characterized this engagement, with scattered weapons and damaged buildings that confirm contemporary accounts of fierce fighting in the town's narrow streets. The death of Edmund Beaufort, Duke of Somerset, during the St Albans fighting eliminated the most prominent Lancastrian military leader while creating blood feuds that would perpetuate dynastic conflict for decades. Somerset's role in English defeats in France had made him a target for Yorkist criticism, while his death provided concrete evidence of the personal stakes involved in political opposition. Archaeological evidence from the battle site includes scattered armour and weapons that confirm the intensity of combat between heavily equipped opponents fighting with identical military training and equipment. The brief Yorkist ascendancy following St Albans demonstrated both the potential for political accommodation and the fundamental divisions that made permanent settlement impossible. York's appointment as protector during Henry VI's mental incapacity provided opportunities for governmental reform while maintaining theoretical respect for Lancastrian royal authority. Archaeological evidence from governmental centres reveals the administrative changes implemented during this period, with new personnel appointments and procedural modifications that reflected Yorkist priorities while maintaining institutional continuity. The resumption of Lancastrian authority in 1456 eliminated hopes for peaceful resolution of dynastic disputes, while creating conditions for renewed military confrontation between competing factions. Queen Margaret of Anjou's leadership of Lancastrian resistance demonstrated both her political capabilities and her determination to secure her son's inheritance against Yorkist challenges. Archaeological evidence from sites associated with Margaret's activities reveals the substantial support networks that sustained Lancastrian resistance, with evidence of financial contributions and military preparations that enabled continued opposition to Yorkist authority. The complex social hierarchy that emerged in medieval England rested fundamentally upon the feudal system, a web of personal relationships and obligations that bound together all levels of society from the king to the humblest peasant. At its apex stood the monarch, who theoretically owned all land in the kingdom and granted portions to his immediate vassals, the great nobles, bishops and abbots, in exchange for military service and counsel. These tenants-in-chief then subdivided their holdings among lesser nobles, knights, and eventually down to the peasant farmers who actually worked the soil. Archaeological evidence from sites like Warren Percy in Yorkshire reveals the physical manifestation of this hierarchy, with the Lord's Manor House positioned prominently on elevated ground overlooking the village, its stone construction and defensive features marking it as clearly distinct from the timber and thatch cottages of the peasantry clustered below. The manorial system provided the economic foundation for this social structure, organising agricultural production around the lord's demesne land and the peasants' individual holdings. Each manor typically encompassed between 1,200 and 1,800 acres, though sizes varied considerably based on local geography and historical circumstances. The lord's demesne, usually comprising about 1/3 of the total area, was worked by peasant labour as part of their feudal obligations, while the remainder was divided into individual peasant holdings called virgates or bovetes, typically ranging from 15 to 30 acres depending on local custom and soil quality. Archaeological excavations at sites like Caldercote in Hertfordshire have revealed the characteristic layout of medieval villages, with long strips of arable land radiating outward from the central settlement, their boundaries still visible as earthwork ridges that demonstrate the systematic organisation of medieval agriculture. The three-field system dominated agricultural practice throughout much of medieval England, representing a sophisticated approach to land management that balanced productivity with soil conservation. Under this system, the manor's arable land was divided into 3 large fields, with 2 planted in rotation, typically one with winter grains like wheat or rye, another with spring crops such as barley, oats or legumes, while the third lay fallow to restore fertility. This rotation cycle not only maintained soil productivity, but also spread risk across different crops and growing seasons, providing insurance against harvest failure that could devastate communities dependent on local food production. Archaeological analysis of medieval field systems reveals the impressive scale of this organisation, with some manors managing over 600 acres of arable land divided into thousands of individual strips, each carefully allocated to ensure equitable distribution of good and poor soil among the peasant holders. The gradual transformation of agricultural practices throughout the medieval period reflected both technological innovation and changing economic pressures that drove increased productivity and commercialization. The introduction of the heavy-wheeled plough during the 11th and 12th centuries revolutionized cultivation of England's heavy clay soils, enabling farmers to work previously marginal lands while increasing yields from existing fields. Archaeological evidence from sites like West Cotton in Northamptonshire shows the impact of these innovations, with expansion of cultivated areas and changes in settlement patterns that reflect agricultural intensification. The adoption of the horse collar and improved harness systems during the same period increased ploughing efficiency while reducing the labour required for cultivation, freeing workers for other productive activities that supported economic diversification. Watermills became increasingly common throughout the medieval period, transforming grain processing from household-level activity into specialised commercial operations that served entire communities. The Domesday Book records over 5,600 mills in England by 1086, a number that continued growing throughout the medieval period as lords invested in mill construction to capture processing fees from their tenants. Archaeological excavations at sites like Bawdsley Abbey in Worcestershire have revealed sophisticated mill complexes with multiple wheels, gear systems and specialised buildings that process not only grain but also fulled cloth, ground bark for tanning, and powered other industrial activities. These installations required substantial capital investment and technical expertise, demonstrating the economic sophistication that developed within the manorial system. The legal relationships that bound peasants to their lords varied considerably across different regions and time periods, reflecting the complex evolution of feudal obligations and customary rights. Villeins, who comprised the majority of the rural population, owed specific labour services to their lords, typically 2 or 3 days per week working the domain land, plus additional obligations during harvest and other peak periods. In exchange, they received hereditary rights to their holdings, protection from external threats, and access to common resources like pasture, woodland, and water sources. Archaeological evidence from peasant houses reveals the material conditions of villein life, with single-room timber structures typically measuring 30 by 15 feet, containing central hearths, storage areas, and sleeping spaces for entire families plus their livestock during winter months. Free peasants, though less numerous than villeins, played crucial roles in medieval rural society as smallholders who owed rent rather than labour service to their lords. These farmers typically held smaller plots, often 5 to 15 acres, but enjoyed greater legal freedom and mobility than their villein neighbours. Archaeological excavations at sites like Golthoe in Lincolnshire reveal material differences between free and unfree peasant households, with free farmers' houses showing evidence of greater investment in permanent construction, specialised storage facilities, and craft production that supplemented agricultural income. The presence of higher quality pottery, metal tools, and imported goods in free peasant contexts suggests their participation in commercial networks that remained largely inaccessible to villeins bound to their manors. The gradual commutation of labour services into money rents during the 13th and 14th centuries reflected broader economic changes that increased the circulation of currency, while providing both lords and peasants with greater flexibility in managing their resources. Lords found cash rents more convenient than supervising peasant labour, while peasants preferred the freedom to organise their own work schedules and pursue additional income sources. Archaeological evidence from rural sites shows the impact of this transformation, with increased evidence of craft production, market participation, and material prosperity among peasant households that gained control over their labour time. Coin finds from rural contexts become more common during this period, reflecting the monetisation of rural economies that had previously operated largely through barter and service obligations. The emergence of towns and cities during the medieval period created alternative centres of economic activity that gradually challenged the dominance of agricultural production while providing new opportunities for social advancement and commercial development. London's growth from a modest Anglo-Saxon settlement to medieval Europe's largest city north of the Alps exemplifies this urban revolution, with archaeological evidence revealing continuous expansion of the settled area from approximately 330 acres in 1066 to over 700 acres by 1300. Excavations in the City of London have uncovered evidence of intensive commercial activity, with specialised craft quarters, market areas, and residential districts that house populations engaged in manufacturing, trade, and service activities largely independent of agricultural production. York emerged as northern England's premier urban centre, its strategic location at the confluence of the Ouse and Foss rivers, providing access to both inland and maritime trade networks that connected the city with markets throughout Britain and continental Europe. Archaeological excavations in the Coppergate area have revealed extensive evidence of craft production, including leatherworking, metalworking, textile production, and specialised trades like comb making and jewellery production that served both local and distant markets. The discovery of amber from the Baltic, silk from Byzantium, and pottery from the Rhineland demonstrates York's integration into international trade networks that brought exotic goods to English consumers while providing markets for local products. Norwich developed as East Anglia's dominant urban centre, its prosperity based on textile production that exploited the region's wool resources and access to continental markets through Great Yarmouth and other coastal ports. Archaeological evidence from Norwich reveals the systematic organisation of textile production, with specialised areas for different stages of cloth manufacture and evidence of technological innovations like water-powered fulling mills that increase productivity while improving product quality. The city's prosperity attracted immigrants from throughout England and continental Europe, creating a cosmopolitan population that contributed diverse skills and cultural influences to the local economy. The guild system provided the organisational framework for urban craft production and commercial activity, establishing standards for product quality, training procedures, and market access that protected established artisans while ensuring consumer confidence in manufactured goods. Each craft typically organised its own guild with specific regulations governing apprenticeship, journeyman status, and master craftsman requirements that controlled entry into the trade while maintaining technical standards. Archaeological evidence from guild halls reveals the institutional infrastructure that supported these organisations, with meeting rooms, storage facilities, and ceremonial spaces that reflected their social and economic importance within urban communities. Merchant guilds developed alongside craft organisations to regulate commercial activity and protect local trading interests against outside competition. These associations controlled market access, established trading standards, and negotiated with royal and noble authorities for commercial privileges that enhanced their members' economic opportunities. Archaeological excavations at sites like King's Lynn have revealed the substantial commercial infrastructure that supported medieval trade, with warehouses, wharves, and specialised buildings for different types of merchandise that facilitated the complex transactions involved in long-distance commerce. England's integration into international trade networks during the medieval period transformed the kingdom from a peripheral agricultural economy into a major commercial power whose products reached markets throughout Europe and beyond. Wool exports provided the foundation for this commercial expansion, with English fleeces prized throughout continental Europe for their quality and consistency. Archaeological evidence from wool-producing regions reveals the systematic organisation of this trade, with specialised storage facilities, transportation infrastructure, and quality control measures that ensured English wool's reputation in competitive international markets. The Flemish cloth industry created the primary market for English wool, with cities like Bruges, Ghent, and Ypres developing sophisticated manufacturing processes that transformed raw fleeces into luxury textiles sold throughout Europe. This commercial relationship generated enormous wealth for both English wool producers and Flemish manufacturers, while creating diplomatic and military complications when political conflicts disrupted trade relationships. Archaeological evidence from English ports like Boston and Hull reveals the infrastructure developed to support wool exports, with specialised warehouses, loading facilities, and administrative buildings that processed the enormous volumes of merchandise involved in this international trade. Wine imports from Gascony provided England's most valuable import trade, with thousands of tons of wine arriving annually at ports like London, Bristol, and Southampton. This commerce required sophisticated logistics and financial arrangements, with English merchants establishing permanent representatives in Bordeaux and other wine-producing centres, while Gascon merchants maintained operations in English cities. Archaeological excavations at medieval wine cellars reveal the specialised storage facilities required for this trade, with stone-lined chambers, drainage systems, and temperature control features that preserved wine quality during storage and distribution. The Hanseatic League's expansion into English markets during the 13th and 14th centuries brought German and Baltic merchants into direct competition with English traders, while introducing new products and commercial practices that enriched the kingdom's economy. The Steel Yard in London served as the League's English headquarters, with warehouses, residential quarters, and administrative facilities that supported extensive commercial operations throughout the kingdom. Archaeological evidence from Hanseatic sites reveals the international character of medieval commerce, with artefacts from throughout northern Europe demonstrating the extensive trade networks that connected England with distant markets and suppliers. Religious life permeated every aspect of medieval English society, providing both spiritual guidance and practical services that shaped daily experience from birth to death. Parish churches served as focal points for community life, offering not only religious services but also social gathering spaces, educational opportunities, and charitable assistance that supported local populations. Archaeological excavations at sites like Raunds in Northamptonshire reveal the evolution of parish church architecture, with successive building campaigns that expanded and enhanced these structures to accommodate growing congregations and changing liturgical requirements. The typical medieval parish church reflected both local resources and broader architectural trends that connected English communities with continental developments in religious architecture and artistic expression. Norman churches of the 11th and 12th centuries featured massive stone walls, rounded arches, and minimal window openings that created dark, fortress-like interiors emphasising divine mystery and human insignificance. Archaeological evidence from sites like Kilpeck in Herefordshire reveals the sophisticated stone carving that decorated these buildings, with elaborate doorways, capitals, and corbels featuring geometric patterns, plant motifs, and fantastic creatures that combined Christian symbolism with pre-Christian artistic traditions. The transition to Gothic architecture during the 13th century transformed parish church design through innovations that emphasised height, light, and decorative elaboration that reflected changing theological emphases and increased prosperity among church-building communities. Pointed arches, ribbed vaulting and large windows filled with coloured glass created interior spaces that drew worshippers' attention upward, while flooding sanctuaries with coloured light that symbolised divine presence. Archaeological investigations at sites like Southwell Minster reveal the technical innovations that made these architectural achievements possible, with sophisticated understanding of structural engineering and materials science that enabled construction of increasingly ambitious religious buildings. Monasteries provided alternative centres of religious life that combined spiritual devotion with practical services including education, healthcare, agricultural innovation, and charitable assistance that benefited both monastic communities and surrounding populations. The Benedictine rule, followed by most English monasteries, established daily schedules that balance prayer, study, and manual labour while creating self-sufficient communities capable of surviving economic and political disruptions that affected secular society. Archaeological excavations at sites like Fountains Abbey reveal the sophisticated infrastructure that supported monastic life, with churches, dormitories, refectories, and specialised buildings for different aspects of community life arranged according to standardised plans that facilitated religious observance while accommodating practical necessities. Cistercian monasteries, established in England during the 12th century, pioneered agricultural innovations and industrial development that transformed rural economies while maintaining strict religious observance. These communities deliberately sought remote locations where they could pursue spiritual perfection without worldly distractions, but their systematic approach to land development and resource exploitation created prosperous estates that contributed significantly to regional economic development. Archaeological evidence from sites like Rievaulx Abbey reveals the extensive infrastructure that supported Cistercian economic activities, with water management systems, industrial buildings, and specialised facilities for sheep farming, iron production, and other enterprises that generated revenue supporting monastic life. Pilgrimage sites provided focal points for popular religious devotion, while creating economic opportunities for communities that developed services supporting religious travellers. Canterbury Cathedral's shrine to Thomas Becket attracted pilgrims from throughout Europe, generating enormous revenues that funded the cathedral's reconstruction and supported a complex service economy, including hostels, guides, souvenir vendors, and transportation providers. Archaeological excavations around Canterbury reveal the extensive commercial infrastructure that developed to serve pilgrims, with specialised buildings, road improvements, and sanitary facilities that accommodated the thousands of visitors who arrived annually to venerate the martyred archbishop. Popular devotional practices reflected the integration of Christian beliefs with traditional customs and local traditions that created distinctive forms of religious expression adapted to English cultural preferences and social conditions. The cult of saints provided accessible intermediaries between ordinary believers and divine power, with local saints often reflecting regional identities and historical experiences that connected Christian faith with community memories and cultural values. Archaeological evidence from shrine sites reveals the material culture of popular devotion, with pilgrim badges, votive offerings, and religious artefacts that demonstrate the intensity of medieval religious feeling while showing how Christian practices adapted to local needs and preferences. The Church's role in education provided virtually the only opportunities for literacy and advanced learning available to medieval populations, with cathedral schools, monastic scriptoria, and eventually universities creating institutional frameworks for preserving and transmitting knowledge. Cathedral schools like those at Canterbury, York, and Winchester trained clergy while providing education for lay students whose families could afford the expenses involved in extended study. Archaeological evidence from these educational centres reveals the physical infrastructure that supported medieval learning, with libraries, scriptoria, and lecture halls equipped with the materials and facilities necessary for manuscript production and scholarly instruction. The development of universities at Oxford and Cambridge during the 12th and 13th centuries created new centres of learning that attracted students from throughout Europe, while establishing England's reputation for scholarly achievement. These institutions emerged from informal gatherings of masters and students into formal corporations with standardised curricula, degree requirements, and institutional privileges that protected academic freedom while ensuring educational quality. Archaeological excavations at early college sites reveal the residential and educational facilities that supported university life, with halls, libraries, and specialised buildings that accommodated the complex requirements of advanced education in theology, law, medicine, and the liberal arts. The church's charitable activities provided essential social services including healthcare, poor relief, and support for orphans, widows, and other vulnerable populations who lacked family resources or economic opportunities. Hospitals established by religious foundations offered medical care and shelter for travellers, pilgrims, and local residents who required assistance during illness or economic hardship. Archaeological evidence from sites like St Bartholomew's Hospital in London reveals the sophisticated facilities that provided medieval healthcare, with specialised wards, treatment areas, and support facilities that offered medical care based on contemporary understanding of disease and therapeutic practices. Cultural achievements during the medieval period reflected the increasing sophistication of English society and its growing connections with broader European intellectual and artistic developments. The emergence of Middle English literature during the 14th century marked a crucial transition from the dominance of Latin and French in written culture to the development of vernacular literary traditions that reflected distinctively English cultural perspectives and social experiences. Geoffrey Chaucer's Canterbury Tales exemplifies this literary revolution, combining sophisticated narrative techniques with detailed social observation that provides unparalleled insights into medieval English society across all social levels. Chaucer's pilgrims represent a cross-section of 14th century English society, from the knight whose military service reflects the martial values of medieval nobility to the miller whose crude humour and social ambitions illustrate the changing dynamics of rural communities. The Wife of Bath's prologue and tale explore questions of gender, authority, and social mobility that concerned medieval audiences while demonstrating the literary sophistication that English writers had achieved by the late 14th century. Archaeological evidence from sites associated with Chaucer's life, including his residence in Aldgate and his connections with the royal court, reveals the social context that informed his literary achievements while demonstrating the cultural networks that supported vernacular literature's development. William Langland's Piers Plowman addresses social and religious concerns through allegorical narrative that combines spiritual instruction with sharp criticism of contemporary society's failures and corruptions. The poem's complex structure and theological sophistication demonstrate the intellectual capabilities of medieval English writers, while its social criticism reveals the tensions and conflicts that characterised 14th century society. Archaeological evidence from rural sites provides material confirmation of the social conditions that Langland describes, with evidence of agricultural change, social mobility, and economic transformation that created the context for his literary observations. The anonymous Gawain poet created some of medieval England's finest literary achievements through works that combine sophisticated narrative techniques with profound exploration of moral and spiritual themes. So Gawain and the Green Knight demonstrates the technical mastery that English poets had achieved in handling complex verse forms while exploring questions of honour, temptation, and human limitation that resonated with medieval audiences. Archaeological evidence from sites in the poem's northwestern setting reveals the cultural context that informed the poet's work, with evidence of courtly culture, religious practices, and social relationships that provided the material for his literary achievements. Architectural evolution during the medieval period reflected both technological innovation and changing aesthetic preferences that transformed English building traditions, while connecting the kingdom with broader European artistic developments. The transition from Romanesque to Gothic architecture involved fundamental changes in structural engineering, decorative programs, and spatial organisation that created distinctively different environments for religious and secular activities. Archaeological investigations at sites like Durham Cathedral reveal the technical innovations that made these architectural achievements possible, with sophisticated understanding of load distribution, foundation engineering, and material science that enabled construction of increasingly ambitious buildings. Gothic architecture's emphasis on height, light, and decorative elaboration reflected theological changes that emphasized divine transcendence and the possibility of spiritual ascent through contemplation of beauty and order. The development of flying buttresses, pointed arches, and ribbed vaulting created structural systems that supported unprecedented heights, while opening wall surfaces for large windows that flooded interiors with coloured light. Archaeological evidence from construction sites reveals the sophisticated planning and coordination required for these projects, with evidence of master masons' lodges, specialised tool production, and quality control measures that ensured structural integrity while achieving aesthetic objectives. Secular architecture also evolved during the medieval period, with castle design reflecting changing military requirements and social expectations that transformed these structures from purely defensive installations into residential complexes that combined military functionality with domestic comfort. The development of concentric castle designs during the 13th century created sophisticated defensive systems that incorporated lessons learned from crusading warfare while adapting to English geographic and strategic conditions. Archaeological excavations at sites like Caerphilly Castle reveal the engineering innovations that made these achievements possible, with complex water defences, multiple defensive lines, and specialised military architecture that represented the pinnacle of medieval fortification design. Manor houses evolved from simple defensive structures into elaborate residential complexes that reflected their owners' social status while providing comfortable accommodation for extended households and their activities. The development of the Great Hall as the centre of domestic life created spaces designed for both practical functions like dining and entertainment and ceremonial activities that reinforce social hierarchies and cultural values. Archaeological evidence from sites like Stokesay Castle reveals the sophisticated domestic arrangements that characterise late medieval manor houses, with specialised rooms for different activities, improved heating and sanitation systems, and decorative programmes that demonstrated their owners' wealth and cultural sophistication. The flourishing of manuscript illumination during the medieval period created some of the finest artistic achievements in English cultural history, combining sophisticated technical skills with profound religious and secular themes that reflected the full range of medieval intellectual and spiritual concerns. The development of distinctive English illumination styles during the 13th and 14th centuries demonstrated the kingdom's artistic independence, while maintaining connections with broader European artistic traditions. Archaeological evidence from scriptoria reveals the complex production processes involved in creating illuminated manuscripts, specialised tools, materials and techniques that required years of training to master while producing works of extraordinary beauty and cultural significance. Craftsmanship in metalworking, stone carving and textile production achieved remarkable levels of sophistication during the medieval period, creating objects that combined functional effectiveness with artistic beauty while demonstrating the technical skills and cultural values of their creators. The development of specialised craft traditions in different regions created distinctive local styles, while participation in international trade networks introduced new techniques and materials that enriched English artistic traditions. Archaeological evidence from craft production sites reveals the systematic organisation of medieval industries, with evidence of apprenticeship systems, quality control measures, and technological innovations that supported the creation of objects whose beauty and technical excellence continue to inspire admiration centuries after their creation. The institutional foundations established during England's medieval period created enduring frameworks for governance that would profoundly influence constitutional development, not only within the British Isles, but throughout the English-speaking world and beyond. The parliamentary system that emerged from the baronial conflicts of the 13th century evolved from Simon de Montfort's experimental assembly of 1265 into a sophisticated representative institution capable of balancing royal authority with popular consent. By the late medieval period, Parliament had established crucial precedents regarding taxation, legislation, and governmental accountability that would survive dynastic changes and political upheavals to become fundamental principles of constitutional government. Archaeological evidence from Westminster Hall reveals the physical adaptations made to accommodate these evolving parliamentary functions, with modifications to seating arrangements, procedural spaces and record-keeping facilities that reflect the institution's growing complexity and importance. The House of Commons, initially summoned as a practical expedient to secure broader support for royal policies, gradually developed into a powerful check on monarchical authority through its control over taxation and its role in legislative approval. The principle that extraordinary taxation required parliamentary consent, established during Edward I's reign and reinforced through subsequent conflicts, created constitutional limitations that prevented arbitrary royal finance while ensuring governmental accountability to the broader political community. The development of formal procedures for petition, debate and voting transformed ad hoc assemblies into systematic institutions capable of sustained political deliberation and decision-making that transcended individual personalities or immediate crises. The evolution of the House of Lords from feudal assemblies of tenants-in-chief into a formal legislative chamber demonstrates the adaptation of medieval institutions to changing political circumstances, while maintaining continuity with traditional forms of authority. The inclusion of bishops alongside secular peers created a bicameral upper house that balanced temporal and spiritual authority while providing representation for different aspects of medieval society. The development of hereditary peerage as a distinct legal status, separate from mere landholding, created permanent political privileges that would persist into the modern era, while establishing precedents for constitutional monarchy that limited royal power through institutional constraints rather than personal relationships. Common law emerged from the judicial reforms of Henry II as a unified legal system that gradually replaced the patchwork of local customs and baronial privileges that had characterized earlier legal arrangements. The systematic development of legal precedents through royal court decisions created consistent standards that applied throughout the kingdom, while providing predictable procedures for resolving disputes and protecting individual rights. The establishment of permanent royal courts with trained judges and standardized procedures transformed law from personal relationships between lords and vassals into impersonal, institutional processes that operated according to established principles rather than arbitrary will or local prejudice. The writ system, developed during the 12th and 13th centuries, provided standardized mechanisms for initiating legal proceedings that made royal justice accessible to ordinary subjects while creating uniform procedures that operated throughout the kingdom. These formal legal instruments established categories of legal action, procedural requirements, and remedial options that created comprehensive frameworks for civil and criminal law. Archaeological evidence from royal chanceries reveals the sophisticated administrative infrastructure that supported writ production, with specialized scribes, standardized forms, and quality control measures that ensured legal documents met technical requirements while maintaining the authority necessary for effective judicial proceedings. The jury system represented perhaps the most innovative contribution of medieval English law to global legal development, creating mechanisms for popular participation in judicial proceedings that balance professional legal expertise with community knowledge and values. The evolution from Norman inquest procedures into systematic trial by jury established precedents for citizen involvement in legal decision-making that would influence legal systems throughout the world. The development of grand juries for criminal indictments and petty juries for trial proceedings created dual systems that protected individual rights while ensuring community participation in law enforcement and judicial decision-making. Royal administration evolved from the personal household management that characterized early medieval kingship into sophisticated bureaucratic systems capable of governing territories spanning multiple kingdoms while maintaining consistent policies and procedures. The development of specialized departments for different aspects of governmental activity created institutional continuity that operated independently of individual monarchs, while providing systematic approaches to taxation, military organization, judicial administration, and diplomatic relations. Archaeological evidence from governmental centres reveals the physical infrastructure that supported these administrative innovations, with specialised buildings, record-keeping systems, and communication networks that enabled systematic governance of unprecedented territorial scope and complexity. The Exchequer's development as a specialised financial court created systematic mechanisms for revenue collection and audit that established governmental accountability while providing predictable income sources for royal operations. The pipe roll system documented sheriff's accounts with unprecedented detail and accuracy, creating permanent records that enabled systematic financial planning while preventing corruption and mismanagement. The development of standardized accounting procedures, audit mechanisms, and revenue collection methods created administrative capabilities that supported the complex governmental activities required for managing medieval kingdoms while establishing precedents for modern fiscal administration. The cultural and linguistic transformation of England during the medieval period created distinctive national identity that synthesized Germanic, Celtic, Latin, and French influences into unique cultural expressions that would define English civilization for centuries. The evolution from Old English through Middle English reflected not merely linguistic change, but fundamental cultural transformation that integrated diverse populations into unified national consciousness, while maintaining connections with broader European intellectual and artistic traditions. Archaeological evidence from urban centres reveals the material culture that accompanied this linguistic evolution, with artefacts reflecting international trade connections, cultural exchange, and technological innovation that created distinctively English approaches to craftsmanship, architecture, and artistic expression. The Norman conquest introduced French linguistic and cultural influences that profoundly altered English vocabulary, literary traditions, and social customs, while creating bilingual elite culture that connected England with continental European intellectual developments. The systematic replacement of English nobles with Norman landholders created French-speaking aristocracy that maintained cultural connections with continental Europe while gradually adopting English customs and eventually English language. This cultural synthesis produced distinctive Anglo-Norman civilization that combined Germanic legal traditions with French administrative practices and Latin intellectual culture to create unique institutional and cultural forms. The gradual emergence of Middle English as a literary language during the 14th century marked a crucial transition from the dominance of Latin and French in written culture to vernacular literary traditions that reflected distinctively English cultural perspectives and social experiences. The works of Chaucer, Langland, and the Gawain poet demonstrated the sophisticated literary capabilities that English writers had achieved while creating cultural expressions that resonated with English audiences across social levels. The development of English literary traditions provided cultural foundations for national identity that transcended political divisions while creating shared cultural references that unified diverse populations under common linguistic and artistic heritage. The persistence of Celtic influences in English cultural development, particularly in regions like Cornwall, Wales and northern England, created regional variations that enriched national culture while maintaining connections with pre-Norman traditions. Archaeological evidence from Celtic regions reveals the continuation of distinctive artistic traditions, religious practices, and social customs that survived Norman conquest and administrative integration. The gradual incorporation of Celtic elements into broader English culture created synthetic traditions that combined Germanic, Norman and Celtic influences into distinctive regional cultures that contributed to national diversity while maintaining overall unity. The influence of Latin learning and ecclesiastical culture provided intellectual foundations that connected English scholarship with broader European intellectual traditions, while creating distinctive approaches to theology, philosophy and natural science. The development of cathedral schools and universities created institutional frameworks for advanced learning that attracted students from throughout Europe while establishing England's reputation for scholarly achievement. The preservation and transmission of classical learning through monastic scriptoria and cathedral libraries created cultural continuity that linked medieval England with ancient intellectual traditions while providing foundations for future scholarly development. Economic transformations during the medieval period laid crucial groundwork for early modern developments that would establish England as a major commercial and industrial power. The decline of feudalism began during the 14th century as labour shortages following the Black Death strengthened peasant bargaining power, while money rents replaced labour services in many regions. Archaeological evidence from rural settlements reveals the material improvements in peasant living conditions that accompanied these economic changes, with larger houses, better furnishings, and increased access to manufactured goods that reflected growing prosperity among agricultural populations. The commutation of feudal obligations into money payments created more flexible economic relationships that enabled both lords and peasants to pursue alternative economic opportunities while participating in expanding commercial networks. The development of money rents allowed lords to invest in commercial ventures and industrial activities, rather than direct agricultural management, while peasants gained freedom to organise their own labour time and pursue additional income sources through craft production, trade, and wage labour. This economic transformation created conditions for agricultural improvement and commercial development that would support England's later economic expansion. The growth of towns and cities created alternative centres of economic activity that gradually challenged agricultural dominance while providing new opportunities for social mobility and commercial development. Urban populations engaged in manufacturing, trade and service activities developed economic relationships based on market exchange rather than feudal obligation, creating commercial culture that emphasized individual enterprise and economic innovation. Archaeological evidence from medieval towns reveals the sophisticated commercial infrastructure that supported urban economic activity, with specialized markets, craft quarters, and trading facilities that enabled complex economic transactions while supporting diverse populations engaged in non-agricultural activities. The development of merchant capitalism during the late medieval period created new forms of economic organisation that combined individual enterprise with systematic commercial planning and international trade networks. English merchants established permanent trading relationships with continental European markets, while developing financial instruments and commercial practices that facilitated long-distance trade and large-scale commercial ventures. The emergence of merchant guilds and trading companies created institutional frameworks for commercial cooperation that reduced individual risks while enabling systematic exploitation of international market opportunities. The transformation of rural economy during the 14th and 15th centuries reflected both demographic changes following epidemic disease and evolving market relationships that created new patterns of agricultural production and land use. The consolidation of peasant holdings into larger farms enabled more efficient agricultural production, while creating rural middle class of prosperous farmers who invested in agricultural improvement and commercial production. Archaeological evidence from late medieval rural sites reveals increased investment in permanent buildings, specialized agricultural facilities, and improved living standards that reflect growing prosperity among successful agricultural producers. The development of proto-industrial activities in rural areas created economic diversification that supplemented agricultural income while providing employment for populations displaced by agricultural change. Textile production, metalworking, and other manufacturing activities developed in rural locations that provided access to raw materials, water power, and labour supplies while avoiding urban guild restrictions and taxation. This rural industrialisation created economic foundations for later industrial development, while demonstrating the innovative capabilities of English entrepreneurs and craftsmen. England's medieval contributions to European civilization extended far beyond institutional and economic innovations to encompass intellectual, artistic, and cultural achievements that influenced broader European development while establishing distinctive English approaches to scholarship, architecture, and artistic expression. The scholastic philosophy developed at Oxford and Cambridge created distinctive English approaches to theological and philosophical questions that contributed to broader European intellectual discourse, while maintaining characteristics that reflected English cultural preferences and institutional traditions. The emergence of empirical approaches to natural philosophy during the 13th and 14th centuries, particularly in the work of scholars like Roger Bacon and William of Ockham, established intellectual traditions that emphasized observation and experimentation over purely theoretical speculation. These methodological innovations contributed to broader European scientific development, while creating intellectual foundations for later English contributions to scientific revolution and Enlightenment thinking. Archaeological evidence from medieval universities reveals the institutional infrastructure that supported these intellectual achievements, with libraries, laboratories, and scholarly communities that enabled systematic investigation of natural phenomena. Gothic architecture achieved distinctive English characteristics through innovations that adapted continental European architectural developments to English materials, climate, and cultural preferences. The development of Perpendicular Gothic during the 14th century created architectural style that emphasized vertical lines, elaborate window tracery, and decorative complexity that reflected English aesthetic preferences while demonstrating sophisticated technical capabilities. English Gothic cathedrals and parish churches created architectural heritage that influenced building traditions throughout the English-speaking world, while establishing aesthetic standards that continued influencing architectural development for centuries. The development of English manuscript illumination created distinctive artistic traditions that combined continental European influences with English aesthetic preferences and cultural themes. The sophisticated technical skills and artistic sensibilities demonstrated in works like the Lindisfarne Gospels and the Luttrell Psalter established English reputation for artistic excellence, while creating cultural expressions that reflected distinctively English approaches to religious devotion and artistic beauty. These artistic achievements contributed to broader European cultural development, while establishing aesthetic traditions that would influence English artistic development throughout subsequent centuries. The evolution of representative government in medieval England created constitutional principles and institutional practices that would profoundly influence political development throughout the world. The establishment of parliamentary sovereignty, the rule of law, and constitutional limitations on royal authority provided models for democratic government that would inspire political reformers and constitutional theorists for centuries. The English experience demonstrated that effective government could combine popular participation with institutional stability, while protecting individual rights through legal procedures and constitutional constraints. The medieval English contribution to legal development through common law principles and judicial procedures created legal traditions that would spread throughout the English-speaking world while influencing legal systems globally. The emphasis on precedent, jury trial, and individual rights established legal principles that protected citizens from arbitrary authority while providing systematic mechanisms for resolving disputes and maintaining social order. These legal innovations demonstrated that law could serve both governmental efficiency and individual liberty, while creating institutional frameworks that adapted to changing social and economic conditions. The cultural synthesis achieved in medieval England created national identity that successfully integrated diverse populations and cultural traditions into unified civilization, while maintaining connections with broader European cultural development. The development of English language, literature, and cultural institutions created foundations for national unity that transcended regional, ethnic, and social divisions, while providing cultural expressions that resonated with English populations across all social levels. This cultural achievement demonstrated the possibility of creating inclusive national identity that celebrated diversity while maintaining overall unity and coherence. As medieval England transitioned into the early modern period, the institutional foundations, cultural achievements, and economic innovations of the medieval centuries provided crucial foundations for England's emergence as a major European power and eventually a global empire. The parliamentary system, common law tradition, and constitutional principles developed during the medieval period would prove adaptable to changing circumstances while maintaining core commitments to representative government, individual rights, and institutional accountability. The cultural confidence and national identity forged through centuries of cultural synthesis and political development provided psychological foundations for the ambitious international ventures that would characterize England's early modern and modern history. The medieval legacy thus represents not merely a historical phase, but a foundational period that established enduring characteristics of English civilization, while creating institutional and cultural frameworks that would influence global development. The transformation from a collection of Anglo-Saxon kingdoms into a unified nation with sophisticated governmental institutions, distinctive cultural identity, and innovative economic systems demonstrates the creative possibilities inherent in cultural synthesis and institutional development. Medieval England's achievements in law, government, culture, and economic organisation created precedents and established principles that would continue shaping human civilization long after the medieval period itself had ended, ensuring that the medieval English contribution to world history would prove both enduring and transformative.